We're halfway there. Whoa. We're halfway there. I need you guys to know that I have the game booted up and the music's loud and it's all you can hear. How's everybody doing? Hi, Shkloomp. I'm doing great. I got back from like a 3-hour bike ride. And I'm vibing. I'm full of energy. I've got a box of like grocery store chocolate chip cookies. You know, like not like Chips Ahoy. The ones they have at the bakery. That shit always slaps. And I treated myself because I did a big bike ride. But yeah, no, I wanted to take advantage of the nice weather because it was actually lovely out today. 9 degrees Celsius, which, let me translate that for my Americans. 48 degrees, which to many is cold. But after suffering through 20-degree Fahrenheit weather for the past 2 weeks, it feels like summer out there. It was great. I'll measure anything but Celsius and metric. Valid. They're confusing if you didn't grow up with them. I still have family that use exclusively Imperial because metric was like a 80s thing, I think, here. We were a late adopter. But regardless. I mean, hell, I still measure myself in like feet and inches and pounds. So, but yeah, no, I went out, I rode my bike, because I got it back recently from the shop after I got a tune-up. It needed a new chain, and a chain, like, tensioner. Also needed new brake cables and clamps, I believe. The pads were fine. Oh, and a new tire. There was a lot to fix on it, because, I bought it from a police auction. So it's technically a stolen bike, but my bike was stolen too. It's the circle of life? Regardless, even with all of the repairs, it's still cheaper than buying a whole new bike by about like $200. So there's that. And it rides great. And the other nice thing too is that it's actually a big and tall bike, which is rare. Like, I'm 6'2". I don't have, like, most other bikes give me, like, a huge back pain because I'm, like, hunched over. This one feels great. And so, yeah, I just rode up and down my neighborhood. I did a little bit of grocery shopping. I handed out some resumes to the places that still take physical ones. Most places nudge you to take online applications, but the one reason I go in for physical, on top of the online, is it shows an employer that I'm willing to make the trip, and also, please hire me. I'm back in the negatives. I need a job. So that's been my life. Beyond that, I got some rest. I am seeing that the Steam Spring Sale has dropped. And I'm looking at a couple of titles on my wish list. Funnily enough, Skyrim on my wish list. Because I've been itching to play it, and I don't have the PC version. It is technically included in Game Pass. However, the Game Pass version is probably not something that supports mods. And I want to fuck around with mods. I can't buy Skyrim again. I technically have no choice. So, I didn't buy Skyrim initially. For the 360, my brother got it. I remembered playing it briefly, but the disc got lost at one point. And then at some point when I had my Xbox One, I bought Anniversary Edition. Or Special Edition, not Anniversary Edition. I did Special Edition, never beat it. Did half of Dawn Guard, and then just never played it again. And so it's like, it's a Elder Scrolls game I've never sat down and completed. But I've been on a kick for, like, Skyrim and Fallout lore, because they're kind of interesting when they bother to put time and attention into it. Because you can say a lot of things about Bethesda, and you should. You absolutely should. But in some areas, they do good lore. Genuinely intriguing lore. Especially surrounding stuff like, in Fallout, for instance, the Vault-Tec Corporation, the whole story with the fucking old ones, and, like, the Lovecraftian gods that canonically exist in the Fallout universe. And then Skyrim has, like, some interesting stuff to do with the gods and all this stuff. And I watched, like, a 3-hour video about the Augur of Dunlane from the College of Winterhold. And it got me really interested in, like, Breton, like, High Rock magic culture. And it makes me want to do, like, a Breton spell warrior. But I'm rambling. There's a bunch of stuff on sale for the Steam sale. Games you should absolutely pick up. And some that, you know, maybe you don't need. Chivalry 2 is half off for $20. Spirit and the Mouse is also 15 American, I believe. I'm looking at all of the games in my wish list right now that are on sale. Peglin. Totally Reliable Delivery Service is $5. I might just pick that up just for the fuck of it. I'll have to see. I also kind of want to get Peglin. Peglin looks really fun. But Skyrim, I think, would make for a good stream time because the stream that got me affiliate was actually an Oblivion stream. And I miss Brongle the Punch Mage. I might have to do another Oblivion stream at some point as well. Mostly because, well, I softlocked myself in that playthrough. So maybe I should try again. But that's all beside the point. Today, though, we're finishing up the Outer Worlds. Specifically, yesterday we finished Peril on Gorgon. But today, but also yesterday we got a bit of the way, we got us started on Murder on Eridanos. To get everybody up to speed, Murder on Eridanos is the second and last expansion to the Outer Worlds 1. It is a very interesting one. It's a murder mystery. The planetoid of Eridanos is a resort town that is also home to Rizzo's production plant, where they make all of their alcohol. And it's also home to a spaceport populated by less than legal shipping and manufacturing. But at the center of it all is a massive, like, bougie hotel called the Grand Colonial. And at this hotel, a famous movie star was murdered. And we have been hired to investigate. So far, the leads that I have discovered is that people who are being killed are being done so in very suspicious circumstances. Most of the people that I'm running down the list of possible, not victims, fuck. Assailants? I'm blanking on the word. Suspects. That's the word. Possible suspects. I'm just burning down the list of possible suspects, including her ex-boyfriend, who just so happened to get into a fit of rage before she died, which doesn't look great on paper. And a bunch of other people who work at the resort and the hotel, other VIP staff. other people saying very suspicious things, and just following her trail in general. So far, what we've uncovered is that at the orchard, that there was a picnic between Black Hole Birdie, the sports star that she was dating, and her, where there was signs of a struggle and an argument. We can also see that the deceased star was also touring the research and development facility, where when we went through it, discovered it was on lockdown due to an outbreak of brain slugs. And then, when we released the lockdown and went back to the scientist who's guiding us through the lockdown procedures, she was found dead. And it turns out, basically most of the people we've talked to that aren't significant characters seem to just be dying as we speak to them. So there's a lot of strange stuff going on. A real interesting mystery in the Grand Colonial Hotel. Oh, I also got a drippy as hell fit and some cool guns. So we're going to continue our journey. Right. So currently we're doing something called Lord of Blight, where we have approached the, Jesus, the map gets blurry. We've approached the Piraeus spaceport, which is shipping and receiving of various different products and salvage, quote unquote, wherein we are tasked with helping out the guy who runs the place.
Easy now.
And yeah, there's my fit. I'm curious about those. Oh, that's literally just Felix's outfit. Gotcha. Admittedly, also playing games like this, while it scratches my itch for this style of RPG, it just makes me want to play more of them. So yeah, we were currently investigating this. Cedric Kincannon, head of Sublight Underground, gave you his alibi. He says he has no reason to kill Halcyon Helen, the actress who died. It turns out Cedric has problems of his own. Someone is skimming from his warehouse. So we're investigating that. And to the warehouse we go. That is where we stopped last night, because it was almost midnight, and we went for 8 hours. Hey, Jack, how's it going? I like the rebranding. Thank you! I think it looks nice.
Hi there. Sorry, this area is off limits to port vision. Oh, wait half a second. You're the inspector. Sorry about that. I'll buzz you right in. Feel free to have a look around, sir.
So this is where Slug keeps all its contraband, right?
Seems very cheery. I don't think I needed a second one.
Hello again.
We're the future of Sublight. Just you wait and see.
So yeah, Sublight Underground seems to be a subsidiary of Sublight Shipping and Salvage, which themselves I am a contracted worker for. Where are they? Yeah, Sublight Salvage and Shipping. It's the other way around. It's a network of salvagers with business ties to transportation and waste disposal. Tangled web of contractors and secretive vice presidents make up their official hierarchy, leaving none to speak on record about Sublight's more legally dubious activity. They're not the mob. Sublight Underground, a semi-independent branch of Sublight, They operate on Eridanos. And they own and run the hotel that the murder happened in.
Is Fight Night still on then?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh yeah, also part of this DLC includes
You bet on a sprat named Dr. Billy? What's he got?
a magnifying glass that shows you clue. What the fuck? It's a sprat of unusual size. But what of the SOUSs? Sprats of unusual size? I don't believe they exist.
You're being absurd. Sprats can't earn doctorates.
Tell that to the good doctor. He does what he wants.
That's multiple years of study. Do sprats even live that long?
No idea. All I know is he's going for a second doctorate in netting me an obscene amount of money.
Did you see the new one they shipped in this week? Now that is a sprat of unusual size. Had a crazy look in its eyes, too.
You have a crazy look in your eyes.
I had to double check if it was up here. Because it obviously wants me to scan this guy.
The
Oh, there we go.
biology of this sprat is highly unusual. This sprat has been in contact with multiple parasites, yet shows no symptoms of infection.
Sprats do have a highly adaptive immune system.
An excellent point, Inspector. The unique immunological subsystem found in sprats is advantageous in fending off parasites, pathogens, and other biological threats.
But why is it so big?
A cursory analysis of this organism's anatomy suggests it was bred deliberately for its unusually large size.
What would anyone want an unusually large sprat for?
Based on slug records of board-issued punitive sanctions against sublight salvage and shipping, this sprat is most likely intended for cage fighting.
Interesting. Noting the size of most sprats, it seems like a...
Wouldn't be sublight without a discreet gambling den.
Ooh. 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 That does way more than mine. Though I want to know why it's called the All-In. I guess we'll find out.
Hey there, little buddy. Isn't she just the cutest?
I agree. I love sprats. I want a sprat plushie. Obsidian doesn't make them, though.
Sublight Underground takes care of its own.
Leave it there for now. I don't want to burn all my money upgrading it if it doesn't end up being good. It's also worth noting that the multi-tools found in this warehouse were also found when I was investigating the orchard, as they were used to sabotage a nest of wasps to attack me.
Maybe this N-ray warning isn't decorative. We're the future of Sublight. Just you wait and see. I didn't even know they made Raptidon Eroticus.
Okay. I just want to be thorough and check every little nook and cranny. But I think now it's time to head upstairs.
We're the future of Sublay. Just you wait and see.
I'm pretty happy working for Slug. Mr. Kincannon treats us with respect.
So that's the foreman. Gonna play this while I watch you play this. Hell yeah. Prince of Hephaestus' copper locket. It's been interesting finding all of the movie, or like the adventure serial memorabilia around the place. Wait, hold on. Hack terminal. I can do that with my hacking glasses. I learned something.
You're the inspector, aren't you? Boss Kincannon said you'd be by about the cargo that's been going missing. Gosh, this is so neat. A real-life inspector. What's that like? Have you solved any mysteries yet? Ever had to shoot a suspect?
Wait, have you never shot someone?
Well, yeah, but they weren't suspects. Right, so the missing cargo. How can I help your investigation?
What's been stolen?
That's the weird part. There's no pattern, far as I can tell. The thefts don't make sense. I ask you, who would steal a handful of Spacer's Choice Sabers, so dull they can barely cut mud, but leave the spectrum black? Ugh. Who'd be desperate enough to want to steal a Spacer's Choice Saber, full stop?
Sounds like they're not fencing it.
Yeah, probably not. No one's dumb enough to think Spacer's Choice Sabers are worth half a damn. Then there's the most recent theft. 5 boxes of pens and a couple of sodas. I can't decide which one's sadder.
See what you mean about there being no pattern?
Well, I'm no inspector. If there is one, I'm sure you'll find it.
Who has access?
Everyone here at Freight Storage and Processing, for a start. Thing is, the cargo is going missing before the shipments even get to the warehouse. Best I can figure, it's probably getting lost in the shipping yard. As for who has access there, Benton Chan, he's the shipping yard manager, he told me it's mainly just the loading automechs that handle cargo.
Maybe there's a problem with the automechs.
Could be. Those things'll break if you so much as look at them funny. That's Benton's area, but don't bother asking him for help. Last time I asked him to check the automechs, the whole head told me he couldn't help because he was dead.
Is he dead?
Brain dead, maybe. But no. My point is that if you think the automechs are a lead, you'll have to check on them yourself. Hopefully, you're mechanically inclined.
Any idea why someone would want to bug Cedric's office?
Maybe they're keen on cashing out and want to go as painfully as possible. I don't know. Boss Kincannon's office is where he holds most of his meetings with important folks like Miss Helen. Just about all negotiations happen in his office too. Vendor pricing, major purchase orders, rentals for construction projects, you name it.
It's enough for now.
Oh, before I forget, I figured you might want to access my terminal, so I had a spare keycard made. It's all yours.
Anything there I should know about?
Oh no, I forgot to delete all of those incriminating messages I sent about which cargo to steal. Nah, I do have a list of cargo that's gone missing, though.
Well, I appreciate you giving me your keycard to your computer that I've already hacked. I love it when that happens in video games, especially in this one, because there's usually special dialogue. When you hack something, or you do something ahead of time, and then approach somebody about it. Baby. I love when RPGs have that in general. I think The Witcher has a bunch of that as well, where you can do things out of order, and it just so happens you can go to the relevant people for it. More games should have that option, is all I'm saying. Alright, give me a reason to use this new minigun. Now, engineering-wise, I'm about 70. I do have some stuff for engineering. Did I pack the goggles? No, I didn't, did I? Shit. There was a set of goggles that give me -1 perception, but like 15 engineering. Should be fine.
Inspector, this loading automechanical's programming does not match factory default settings. The standard defensive protocol has been modified to include an additional trigger.
Identify the new trigger.
There is a directive in place to initiate defensive protocol should an unsanctioned data log installed in this automechanical be removed.
Scan for signs of unusual behavior.
Slug automechanical maintenance records indicate this particular unit is frequently reported as out of position or missing for periods of time.
Huh. Define standard defensive protocol.
For Type K-19 cargo transport automechanicals, defensive protocol is triggered by attempted interference with cargo, or its transportation, or attempted destruction of the unit. Once triggered, defensive protocol targets the perpetrator and applies lethal force until the target has been deceased for a minimum of 3 minutes.
Let's have a look inside.
Loading automechanical unit K-14 is fully operational at 99% power. How can this automechanical...
Oh, I can... Oh, yeah. Let's just do that.
Access panel is open. Please be sure to close the access panel when you are done.
View the most recently added data log.
Ejecting data log 17C. Alert. Failsafe protocol triggered. Kill mode initiated.
Wait. I have questions.
Understood. This unit is programmed to facilitate user queries. Kill mode pause. User termination to follow.
What's on the data log you just ejected?
The ejected data log contains instructions to move cargo shipment 6, 8, 7, 5 outside the boundaries of the shipping yard. It also contains instructions to move randomized cargo shipments outside the boundaries of the shipping yard at intervals of 1 to 4 days.
What was in shipment 6875?
Apologies. This unit does not have access to cargo inventory lists.
Alright, go ahead and pummel me.
Kill mode re-engaged.
Make him regret it.
Wait, shit! Okay. I fucked up there's an obvious solution to this. 2 obvious solutions. Number 1, we gotta get Parvati. Number 2, I gotta get those goggles. I have them back on the Unreliable. Do. So that's only engineering plus 5, but where's my special goggles? There. Engineering plus 15. So that's lockpick, creatures. Yeah, no, I have... Most of the other clothes that I have in my pockets are for stats. But what I need is Parvati. So I don't think this is going to bump me up a significant amount. Oh, no, it will. So, assuming I still have a high enough lockpick with this set. And I do. Yeah, we can handle this now. I have the tools in hand. And yeah, I figured the timeline discrepancy thing is only going to work here.
Timeline discrepancy detected. Inspect the... There. Fort once.
Loading. Out. Access. Failsafe successfully disabled. Kill mode deactivated.
Good.
Ejecting data log 17C.
The automatic has instructions to skim random cargo every 1 to 4 days. Also steal a specific package. Shipment 6875.
Apologies. This unit entering.
Can I ask anyone else about the shipment?
You one of the new workers?
Got a couple questions.
Hey, if it meant I could ignore my work, I'd let you talk to me about Sprat reproductive practices.
How do you manage the shipping yard?
This terminal makes it pretty easy to match a ship's cargo to its manifest. If it ain't on the terminal, then it's someone else's problem.
So bad about managing a bunch of cargo?
Nothing. I just hate working.
Fair.
Figured it.
So I couldn't... He's the guy who sees all the packages. He could tell me what 6875 is. I guess I'd have to inquire about it directly to Cedric. Who's the kind of guy who knows everything. Like, if, you know, someone takes a shit in this town, he hears it. That kind of thing.
Inspector, to what do I owe the pleasure?
The constable's dead.
Constable Keene? Now that is a damn shame. Am I right to think this wasn't a workplace accident?
Was a murder, all right.
It seems murder is becoming an unsettling trend on Eridanos as of late. Thank you for informing me of Constable Keene's passing. When you find her killer, please be certain to make them suffer.
Do you know the constable well?
Would it surprise you to hear that, despite being on opposite sides of the law, we were friends? That her loss comes as a sudden blow. Maria was a decent soul. And law knows those are in short supply around here. A little square, perhaps, in her dedication to the rules, but good nonetheless. I'm also saddened to have lost an occasional drinking buddy. She was quite good at cards, you know.
I'm sorry, Constable Keene. She didn't deserve this.
No, she didn't. But let's discuss something else. Do you have other matters requiring my attention?
Why does Ludovico hate you so much anyway?
The original incident? Well, I made him an offer he should have refused.
And now he regrets doing business with you?
An excellent deduction, Inspector. Our combative relationship stems from paperwork, mundanely enough. Rizzo's contracted Sublight to construct the Eridanos atmospheric complex. Had Lou wanted Rizzo's to retain full control of Eridanos, he shouldn't have skimmed the revised contract I sent him. Lou's an administrator, for law's sake. I thought he would adore all the fine print I added.
That can't be it, can it?
My power grab, as Lou called it, planted the seed of hatred. And Lou, obsessed with what should have been, has made sure to water it daily with his bitterness and anger.
Nurturing a grudge is an ugly thing. You should make peace with him.
Alas, I can't. I am, first and foremost, the head of Slug, and it simply wouldn't be good for business. Slug's control of Eridanos is a crucial step in my long-term plans for Sublight. The board needs to see irrefutable proof we are a respectable, legitimate business.
Why do you care so much what the board thinks?
Because one day soon, Sublight will obtain a seat on it. Meanwhile, our dear administrator is still laser-focused on old slights, which can be a nuisance. He's grown increasingly desperate to catch Slug with our hand in the proverbial cookie jar as of late, convinced we're involved in less-than-legal business opportunities.
Which, of course, you are.
I wish I could wink, but it always looks like I have something caught in my eye.
I've solved your cargo skimming issue.
Ooh, I love this part. The big reveal. So tell me, what happened?
You've got a serious security problem.
What makes you say that?
Somebody bypassed the loading mech security system and rewired them to skim random goods.
Damn, you're good. Hacking the automechs. So that was our skimmer's game. But why? Everything that was stolen has seemed random. I certainly see no pattern.
The culprit didn't want you to. It was a cover-up.
A cover-up. I see. The random theft was a smokescreen to hide what the culprit really wanted. I must say, Inspector, you've done excellent work on this case. Then that just leaves how the culprit knew where their true target would be, or indeed, that Slug would soon possess it.
Check your pocket.
Okay, that's very impressive. Don't ever touch me again. Am I right to think what you found in my office earlier was the other half of this listening device?
Sure was. And whoever this device belongs to, that's probably our culprit.
Not quite, Inspector. That listening device belongs to me. I lent it to Halcyon Helen to assist her with role research.
And she used it to research slug shipments instead.
Unbelievable. I helped her. Gave her whatever she needed. I thought we were doing each other a good turn.
I doubt it was personal.
This is a betrayal, Inspector. I do not take betrayal lightly. Helen should consider herself very lucky indeed that she is already among the dead, and that some other bastard beat me to putting her in the ground.
Seems we found your motive, Cedric.
Yes, I suppose we have. There is, however, a slight chronological incongruency to it. I now have a motive to kill Halcyon Helen, but Halcyon Helen is already dead. If I'd known Helen was stealing from me, I may very well have killed her, or had her killed. Alas, I did not.
I suppose not.
Again, I appreciate your assistance with this matter, and with the larger mystery at hand. I wish you luck with your investigation, though I doubt you'll need it. You'll find Helen's murderer. I'm confident of that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must find a way to excise my anger that minimally damages my business empire. I expect it will involve shooting quite a lot of guns.
Okay. I have 2 things to report to Ludovico, but I also have another thing that I want to check out, which is the coroner's report on the body. This was another lead I was supposed to investigate.
You know, I never imagined Spencer Woolridge would outlive Halcyon Helen.
Bellamy's corpse shows evidence of several possible causes of death, but I've determined the killing blow was plasma damage to her upper vertebrae, occipital bone, and cerebellum. Instantaneous and painless. Frankly, her death may come as a relief. She was unwell prior to the attack. High concentration of poisonous compounds in her stomach lining, ingested during her last meal. Not lethal, but uncomfortable in the extreme. Spencer Woolridge complained of a similar stomach ailment.
Inspector, not a moment too soon. I've just finished my autopsy report.
Let's hear it.
Ruth Bellamy was killed by plasma damage to the upper vertebrae, the occipital bone, and the cerebellum. If it's any consolation, her death was instantaneous and painless. I've also discovered a poisonous compound in Miss Bellamy's stomach lining ingested during her last meal. Toxic, but not enough to kill her. Spencer Woolridge complained of a stomach ailment around the same time period. I assumed he was being, you know, Spencer. But now I'm not so sure.
Sure it wasn't just the hotel food?
The thought occurred to me. I tested this hypothesis by vacating the contents of my stomach and testing for the presence of the same toxin. Slightly elevated levels of mercury and an alarming amount of blue food coloring. But other than that, no. I'm certain it wasn't, as you put it, just the hotel food.
Alright, so someone was definitely trying to kill her.
Almost certainly. Well, possibly they were trying to make her extremely uncomfortable, but I suppose killing her would also satisfy that criterion.
Someone was obviously trying to poison her.
Almost certainly. Well, possibly they were
I should go speak with Spencer then.
Conversations with Mr. Woolridge tend to spontaneously transform into monologues. You'll find him on the VIP guest floor. I'd best return to work, Inspector. Autopsies always whet my appetite, and all this talk of food is distracting me.
I'll be back. Don't eat her.
The Grand Colonial Front Desk warmly welcome. How may
I need access to the VIP guest floor.
I'd love to, Inspector, but I don't really have the authority. Moreover, the guests were promised exclusivity. If I let you up there, I'll never hear the end of it.
The only guest that would have a problem with me being up there would be the murderer.
That's a good point. If they give me guff, I can just tell them that they're obstructing justice. That has a nice ring to it. Let me just set you up with VIP guest floor access. Done. You can now come and go as you please.
All right, have a good one. Cool.
Aha! Always so nice to hear you, Inspector.
Like to visit the VIP guest floor.
If you see Black Hole Birdie, be sure to get an autograph for me.
Gotta stay limber for the big pennant match.
I'm getting worried about our mascot. I haven't seen him for a spell.
Oh yeah, he's dead. Don't worry about it. That's the elevator button. That's where I need to go. So I'm not going that way. So that's Zeke. I just want to see what you look like. Ooh, that's a fit. Oh yeah, I have a classic semi-formal.
Zeke Hannigan, Rizzo's Rangers 16th back. Pleased to meet you. What can I do for you?
How long you been with the Rangers?
About half my life. You know I was named 3rd most profitable investment on 2 non-consecutive seasons? Ain't a lot of players who can make that claim. Except for the guys who came in 1st and 2nd, I guess. I spent the last season injured and almost got sold to the Hephaestus Hammers. But now I'm all convalesced. Ready to lay into some Cleo darlings, you know? Really break some legs.
Got some questions about the murders.
Oh, you must be that inspector people have been talking about. It's a damn shame about Miss Helen. She was always real good to me and the rest of the Rangers. Birdie's taking it pretty hard. Miss Helen was the love of his life. So, what...
You think of anyone who would want to kill her?
Miss Helen was outspoken. She made her share of enemies on account of her expressing herself. Just between you and me, I heard rumors the Prophet never much cared for Helen's brand of blunt honesty.
Tell me more about Birdie and Helen.
Oh, Birdie was mad about Helen. He was certifiable. The big galoot loved Helen about as much as he loved the game. Trouble is, Birdie was not blessed with an abundance of temper. Helen kept Birdie steady. If he lost his temper around her, it'd be because something broke between the two of them.
You think Birdie could have killed her?
What? Law, no. Birdie's got a fierce temper, but there's no way he'd ever have laid a finger on Miss Helen.
Where are you during the time of the murder?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but me and a couple of the other Rangers spent the night in Constable Keene's cells down at the spaceport. We didn't do anything serious, just a bit of pranks and vandalism. It's what usually happens when we all get to drinking. Guess Constable Keene saw things a bit differently and had us hauled off.
Was Birdie in jail with the rest of you?
No, we lost him somewhere along the way. Or maybe he managed to get away? I can't rightly remember. But he was definitely not sharing a cell with us. That much I know.
Alright.
What can I...
What brings the Rangers to Eridanos?
Since it's the off-season, we're helping support the launch... Meet the fans, sign tossball cards, that sort of thing. How about you, fella? You after a signature?
Nah, I think I'll pass.
He's just being coy. Anyway, where was I? Just between you and me, Rizzo's ought to cancel the whole event out of respect for Miss Helen.
That's all for now. You're not a big fan of Zeke? You're a Rangers for life. You said this when we're talking to Birdie. But no, you don't want Zeke Hannigan's... I mean, okay, he's 16th back, which doesn't sound like a great position.
We're all seeing that woolly cow, right? Not just me? Okay, good.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Multiple discrepancies detected. First discrepancy. A woolly cow is present in this hotel room. Woolly cows are an import species for the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve and are incapable of affording upper-class accommodations. Second discrepancy. This woolly cow is dangerously inebriated with Rizzo Spectrum vodka. Alcohol sanguinization ratio exceeds recommended maximum.
Must have been some party.
A brief survey of this area reveals that the most recent occupants were athletes belonging to the Rizzo's Rangers Tossball Club.
Is Black Hole Birdie in here?
Insufficient data. A brief survey of localized property damage, divided by the area of this room, yields the following estimate. This unit was likely occupied by every member of the Rizzo's Rangers. -1.
Gotcha. There's a mint on the pillow. Oh no, it's a purple berry. The Fall Plaid Collection. Where's the plaid? Oh, the pants. Alright, so the Rangers were staying on this side of the hotel. Oh yeah, they were.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Signed tossball stick. Bertie Holcomb believes his signature tossball stick must actually bear his signature. It's scratched into the handle and smeared with old bloodstains. You know who should have that? It's Felix. He loves the guy. Only seems right.
A single footprint, size 10, tossball cleat sized.
Amplifier, analyze the footprint.
The soil in this residue contains a very high concentration of oxygen.
Usually points to a terraformer.
Well done, Inspector. The weather monitoring station at the pilot house substitutes for a terraformer. The soil in his footprint likely came from there.
It's enough of a lead, better keep looking around.
The charred fragments of a letter lies at the bottom of this wastebasket.
Can you identify what was on the letter?
Unfortunately, most of the writing is beyond recovery. The words station, meeting point, and emergency are all that can be discerned.
Station, meeting point, emergency. You think it's talking about the atmospheric station? Or maybe the pilot house? Could be anywhere.
Cold. Any idea when this happened?
Someone burned this letter shortly after Halcyon Helen's death.
Clues point me to the Phaeton Pilot House weather monitoring station. Sorry, Chad, I'm eating a cookie. So this was definitely Birdie's room. Well, it had a stick in it. I mean, this room was recently made.
That was quick.
Huh. Nothing in it.
We don't toss troublemakers out of airlocks. We just throw them over the edge.
So I think that's this side of the hotel examined. Before I go bother that old man. Oh, it's Burbage. Oh. It's Burbage. I already have an Oxonian. Oh, he has several. I love this. I love these. Well, I gotta talk to Burbage.
Initiating banter protocol. Now simulating familiar and welcoming demeanor. Burbage 3001 is trained to recognize all board-approved actors. Greetings, fellow star. Your performance in Maverick Johnston's latest drama was memorable.
I forgot that I starred in a serial. I did a great job in it, too. I see you had some work done. Who upgraded you?
Burbage 3001's programming is frequently upgraded to adhere to board-certified standards. The most recent upgrade was performed by Spencer Woolrich. Banter protocol exhausted. Reverting to default behavior. Grieving and despair. Oh, Halcyon Helen, may your atoms be commended to the Aether.
You knew Halcyon Helen?
Burbage 3001 was designed to disrupt Halcyon Helen's monopoly over the Aetherwave serial market. This unit's programming is based on Helen's most famous roles. Burbage 3001. Anything Halcyon Helen can do, this unit can do slightly worse.
I love that. It almost sounds like you have a motive.
Now running shock and dismay protocol. What's this? Helen's death was a murder? How horrifying. Bring that killer to justice, designated authority figure. This unit has not yet completed its grief cycles. Randomizing despair tables. Oh, Helen, is there no justice in the world?
I love every robot in the Outer Worlds. I love them so much. I'm leaving. Okay. So that's Babbage's.
Gosh, that's clever. Heads down. Wow, nice work.
Okay. I don't think there's anything of note in these other rooms. A revolver, and some classic ware, and mag picks. I feel like this is telling a story of some kind, where the person staying here is definitely up to something.
Wow, you got that?
Huh. Well. Just leaves one room. Ain't sure how this gonna go. Hopefully it goes well. Jesus Christ. He's the kind of guy who puts photos of... You are talented. You are magnificent. You are a joy to joy for others to be around. You are definitely not a 2-bit hack. You bring life to the world around you through the art of theater. He has several signed photos of himself. I want that sword.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Discrepancy detected. This bottle, recently discarded, contains residue from foreign substances. Chemical analysis complete. This unit has detected the following substances: oil, terrorray, blood, terrorray, unidentifiable biological fluids, terrorray.
Taste the substances. Residue tastes slightly metallic. You feel a dull pain in your stomach. The pain fades after a moment. Pretty sure this is toxic.
This unit's chemical analysis agrees with your assessment. Inspector, please control any impulses that lead you to ingest dangerous substances.
No.
These substances cause extreme gastrointestinal distress in humans. Large doses can be fatal. This bottle contained Rizzo's Spectrum vodka. The presence of terrorray biological fluids may have significantly improved its flavor.
Interesting. Give me the sword. I'll do a small sitting room. No one's delivered me my actual room yet. I'm afraid to talk to this man because I feel like he's going to be very annoying. But I want the sword.
About time you arrived. I see you haven't dressed the way I asked you to, but I suppose that was expecting too much of a non-industry lout. Expect a complaint to management. Now, unless you'd like to waste more of my time, I suggest we begin rehearsing. Ready? You've fallen right into my trap, Captain. Oh, don't bother to fight back. You cannot hope to stop me from installing philosophism as the system's reigning ideology.
I can offer you something better than philosophism. Why don't we go someplace private?
Oh, now that can't be in the script, is it? Now, is it warm in here? I must send for a mechanical to look at the thermostat.
Gilf.
Wait a moment. You're not wearing a bellhop's ID, which must mean you're not Owen's understudy. That man can't even be relied upon to find his own replacement. No, this is curious indeed. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I'm here to investigate the murder of Halcyon Helen, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You're here to investigate me? Oh, I assure you, I'm nothing special. Just an old crook with more money than time. That was a quote from The Retiree's Revenge, in which I played an ex-thief turned decrepit old man. But, of course, I'm certain you already recognized it. Now, what shall I sign first? Your weapon? Your wallet? Or perhaps something, a little more personal? Undergarment signatures have been popular of late, or so I've heard.
I'm not here for an autograph. I'm here to ask you some questions.
Do you mean to say you're not a fan? Well, then how did you get in here? The only staffer cleared for guest room entry is the inspector for Bellamy's murder. Oh. Oh! Hello.
Yes. Fold your arms. Hello.
Hi. Terribly sorry, Inspector. I didn't realize it was you. Understand that I am beyond willing to comply with your search for the fiend that did Bellamy in. You know, now that I look at you, you're the perfect reflection of me, back when I starred in The Marauder's Bane. The absolute picture of justice. Ask me anything at all. I might even give you a straight answer.
Learned a thing or two about your activities in the hotel.
Oh, have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
Spoke to Burbage. He told me you upgraded him.
I did indeed. With Halsey and Helen parading her fame about, I was left without an acting partner. Burbage is no exception. His acting protocols were nothing short of a joke. So I decided to make some modifications, installing him with some of my old serial quotes as, I think, improved his range. The way he bungled about with that weapon of his hardly befitted a dissident, so I modified it as well. He's much quicker on the draw now, though he's still a machine.
Got my eye on you.
I'm quite used to being breathlessly watched.
I hear you were poisoned?
Indeed. The agonizing bowel pain was most undignifying. While I've certainly had no shortage of inadequate hotel meals, this was most explicitly pronounced. I suspect poison. And who would be most likely to poison me but Chef Anwar? Oh, we've clashed almost non-stop about his slop preparation. He must have tainted my meal in retaliation.
According to the coroner, Helen was also poisoned.
How alarming! Whoever targeted her was certainly targeting me. I can only thank my ironclad constitution that I'm standing here before you.
Helen wasn't killed by the poison.
Oh, that's very good to know. Perhaps the poisoner simply meant to incapacitate us both, disrupt the product launch. I couldn't say, Inspector. I'm merely an actor.
Actor? I love him, actually. Why didn't you go to the clinic after the stomach pains?
Is that a jibe? Could you imagine the tabloid headlines? Spencer Woolrich, Aetherwave star, spotted in gastronomic distress. Oh, unseemly hardly describes the half of it.
Can you think of anyone other than the chef that would want to harm you?
None that I can think of. I treat all hotel staff equally, and with the minimum level of respect that they deserve.
That's all I wanted to know.
Very well, then.
I'd like to ask you about the murder.
Certainly. But one quick question before we begin, if I may.
All right, have a good one, Jack.
How was it that Bellamy met her end?
She was poisoned and shot with plasma.
How awful. Whoever did this must have been quite heartless.
What were you up to at the time of the murder?
I was meditating, of course. That's how I get into character.
Got anybody to corroborate that?
Respectfully, Inspector, it is rather counterproductive to commune with others while meditating.
You were meditating? Really?
All actors have their methods, and this has been mine ever since I met that wonderful prophet of profitability. She taught me it for my role in The Unemployed Cometh. I had to lie face down on artificially heated pavement. The director wanted our suffering to be convincing. Needless to say, being able to leave my body helped to mitigate the pain, both during the 8-hour shoot and with the second-degree burns afterwards. I owe that woman much.
How long have you worked with the Prophet?
Yeah, actually, only since I've been at the Colonial. The Unemployed Cometh was shot on site. That makes it, a few weeks. I cannot recommend her services enough. If you haven't been to see her yet, you really should.
Back to my other questions. Did you know Helen well?
Bellamy has been my co-star throughout the autumn of my career. I should like to think I knew her. In fact, I cannot name a single role in the last 10 years that did not involve her in some way, unless you count the uncredited silent shopkeep on Melissa's Meteoroids.
Do you consider yourself a friend of hers?
I'll ask you this. If you'd been the star of cinema for years, then suddenly found yourself scrounging for bit parts while a younger person stole the limelight, how would you feel? In short, the two of us weren't close. But that's not to say my dislike of her was so extreme that I tried to do anything drastic. Resenting Bellamy is one thing, but killing her is another completely. It's also beneath me.
Speaking theoretically, though, how would you have killed her?
Oh, come now, Inspector. What do you take me for? I'm an old man. I neither have the time nor the willpower to kill people for fun. Besides, I have my reputation to think of.
Back to some other questions.
I suppose that... Oh, but I suppose...
Oh yeah, I asked all the questions about the poisoning. Who are you exactly?
I'm sure you're joking. Perhaps I'm not in my prime, but you've no doubt seen the name Spencer Woolrich on many a serial advertisement throughout your travels.
I think I've seen your name around.
You think? I mean, yes, of course. You have, obviously.
Alright, bye. Right, I already read all of that. So he's a weird old man, obsessed with his image, his status. Fascinating person, to be sure.
This.
Cool. And those were just completely empty rooms.
Aha!
I would like to go to the lobby. Got that sleepy bitch disease. You'll hear me going, please.
Yes? Are you here for the double rack of smoked sprat? Oh, don't give me that look. Let me see if I can pencil you in for later. Actually, what am I saying? I can't do that. I'm booked for the next month. You'll have to make a reservation.
Here to investigate Halcyon and Helen's murder, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You're the inspector? Here? Why? I mean, you may ask me whatever you want. I have nothing to hide.
Did you prepare all of Helen's meals?
Of course I did. I would never allow anyone else to touch the meals of so important a guest.
Helen's last meal was poisoned.
Oh my law, this is the end, isn't it? My mother always warned me that the culinary world was too dangerous, but I didn't heed her warnings. Okay, I wasn't the one who did it, but I might have been mistaken when I said I was constantly watching Helen's food. Spencer Woolrich and Bellhop Owens were underfoot in the kitchen as I was preparing Helen's meal. Either one of them could have tampered with the food when I was fetching ingredients.
Why were you so evasive about leaving Helen's food unattended?
Well, it's a breach of professionalism, of course. Why else would I worry about it?
If you tell me the truth, I might be more inclined to believe the rest of what you have to say.
Well, I suppose that's as good a point as any I've heard. I may have taken some time to engage in a teensy bit of recreational drinking, and consequently, I may have been somewhat less than coherent after preparing Helen's meal.
I might be able to find Bellhop Owens.
Yes, but not specifically. Owens often procures exotic ingredients from the creatures at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Our guests can be rather particular. Let's not talk about the incident with the Raptidon pheromone glands. It's always hard to say when Owens might be back. If I were you, I'd make a trek to the reserve myself. Otherwise, who knows how long you'll have to wait.
What was Spencer Woolrich doing around the kitchen?
Mr. Woolrich often finds the hotel's meals wanting. He seems to enjoy complaining in person. While I could appreciate someone with a discerning palate for once, I believe that Mr. Woolrich simply enjoys the attention he gets from us. Though don't tell him I said as much. If you wish to speak with him, Mr. Woolrich can most likely be found in...
My eye's a little thin here. Why should I believe anything you're saying?
I understand your reluctance, but... Oh, I just remembered. The kitchen security camera. It'll prove I'm telling the truth about everything. Constable Keene has access to the security footage in her office at the spaceport. If you visit her, you can figure out what truly happened with Helen's meal.
So I want to ask about. Guess we'll see if you're telling the truth.
Thank you for your understanding, Inspector.
So we've already been there. Oh yeah, we also cleaned the pool. That didn't really do much, but it did make the pool clean.
Thanks again for all the cleaning assistance, Inspector. I can think clearly again.
I still think it's interesting that Irian was here, was carved onto the... Because Irian was a gentleman that you run into when doing quests on the Groundbreaker. He's shipping medical supplies. And he crash lands on Scylla, and you have to rescue him. He's been captured by marauders. Now, I'm actually wondering what happens if I just, like, do all of this shit at once. Security footage archive. Kitchen footage. I have gained kitchen security footage. That's the alibi. Now I just need to go talk to Bellhop Owens, who is over in this region, but so is the Prophet.
You think they'd object to me setting up a tanning station here?
Everything's so soft and silky and expensive. Oh gosh, I hope I don't get any grease stains on the furniture.
Sticking with Ellie and Felix. I just needed Parvati for the engineering. Bellhop Owens is that direction. Near as I can tell, we found no other, like, super suspicious clues or nothing. Wildlife Exploitation Reserve. It is funny to me that it is referred to as the Exploitation Reserve. So we did walk up to the checkpoint, and there was monsters out here. These gates weren't open before last time. At least as I can recall. $792, $365. Oh, it's DPS. That does have a higher single shot damage. Yeah, that gun is dog shit. So that's some terror, eh? That door is barred. Thankfully. Just walk in. Tell Dr. Possum we found more of those specimens. Jenkins had already started excavating the habitat when I arrived. He's been in unusually good mood since I got there. Oh yeah. So the parasites originated from the exploitation reserve, it appears. It requires the keycard or 150 lockpicking. Luckily, I've got just the things in mind. I need a mind attribute one.
You got nimble fingers, Captain.
Is that cheating?
Can't
no.
keep us out.
Most notably, it's a shotgun. And a sawed-off, too. Simple solution to a complicated, noisy problem. Keep away from Ada. I do want to mess about with it, because it looks fun. Pickaxe, pickaxe. Bellhop Owens had an invoice of some description. And, yeah, that's a cave full of parasites. And people. Naturally, with it being a shotgun, it ain't the most precise.
More where that came from.
Oh. Turns out he had the key card. Well, don't need it. The shotgun, as it turns out, is actually quite fun. Might have to tune it a bit, but I'm enjoying it. Before I confront anybody, I do want to explore the exploitation reserve, and that also means going to go visit the Prophet. Oh, hey, speak of the devil. So that level's 41. Not going to get that high. Only at 5,000 bits. I don't want to go nuts. But at level 36, it's 1,200. This is still 1,900. And I love my shotgun. It's 106 times 12. 143 times 8. Still, I'm happy to have... all that. Still, that does 3,008 DPS. Why is there a checkered line here?
That's the last of him.
I had a lot of stuff on him. Security Blade Hyper. It's not named or nothing.
This is Silvio Tran, setting a new record for the Grand Colonial Bellhops Laundry Cart League. If you're listening to this, you're listening to history. And Daltrey, as we agreed, when I win, you're scraping terrorist shit off the windows for the rest of your contract. And you can stow the fear of heights routine because there's no way you're weaseling out of that, pal. Here goes. That's... move the box! No, not... No!
Oh, I see. They were racing laundry carts down this bridge, and there's a ramp. So he got knocked out by one. This guy also managed to safely hit the padding they set up. Oh, they put that... someone was moving this box of canids as they were doing the race, and they hit it. A tragedy. Fun little story to tell. Now, where's the elevator switch? There. Bye, Felix. Oh, no, you're right there. The Wildlife Exploitation Reserve is one of the only chunks of the map that I haven't, like, fully explored yet. It seems sizable. There is a lot going on here. Doop doopy doop. Byzantium tourist. Oh, I'm sure something funny is going to happen with him.
Mr. Kincannon really knows how to run a hotel.
I don't think we ever respected a gate in this colony.
You know, I never imagined Spencer Woolrich would outlive Halcyon Helen.
Legal hunting supplies.
Excuse me, Gunther. I need to ask you something.
Who in the hell is Gunter? I told you to call me Hunter. Come on.
Oh, right. Hunter, have you seen a little mechanical wandering through here? Might have been wearing my hat.
I can't say I have.
Huh.
I can sell you a new hat if you want. Or some fine, legally obtained hunting supplies. You could go get that mechanical thief yourself.
She's not a thief. She's lost. I just want her back.
All right, quest time.
Oh, hey there, stranger. Don't mean to interrupt your business, but have you seen a stray mechanical wandering about?
Maybe. What's it look like?
3 legs, conical body, wearing a worker's hat, woefully unsuited for combat.
Doesn't sound like something that should be wandering around a dangerous reserve.
Well, normally I'd be inclined to disagree with you. Betty's a big girl and can steer clear of danger, but it's been a little too long.
I've heard your conversation earlier. You want to explain what's happening?
Seems I'm running my mouth too much. My mechanical Betty up and wandered away a couple days back. I've been trying to track her, but the beasts make it hard. Personally, I prefer my organs inside my body. The shopkeep says I should buy one of his rifles and go looking myself, but like my machine, I'm not combat inclined.
I'll keep an eye out for any suspicious mechanicals.
Hey, thanks so much. It would have been mighty lonely without her. Being unemployed, I mean. Be lonely being unemployed. If you find Betty, try sneaking up and hacking her. If you can't do that, finding a way to stop her current routines should send her back home.
Cool.
Welcome to Hunter Legal's Legal Hunter Supplies. I am Hunter Legal. How might I help you today?
I'm investigating the murder of Halcyon Helen. You seen or heard anything unusual lately?
Unusual? This whole land complex is a failed wildlife exhibition turned hunting reserve. You can't go 10 feet without stepping in unusual. But I reckon you're asking about people unusual. I'd go have a chat with the prophet of profitability. Maybe she can intuit you in the right direction or something. But she is mighty far in the depths of the reserve. Perhaps you should purchase one of my fine armaments for the journey.
Let's see what you're selling.
Hunter Supplies.
He doesn't have any unique weapons, which is a little disappointing, but it's fine.
Sorry, but we're a little busy right now. I'm sure one of the other guys would be happy to give you a tour.
Lawrence, do you know who you're talking to? We always have time for the inspector.
The inspector? That's you? I am so sorry. We didn't know what we were doing. We're so sorry. It'll never happen again.
This seems like a strange spot to loiter. What are you two doing?
Oh, Law. It's all over. I told you someone would catch on sooner or later, Belle.
Lawrence, let me do the talking here. Inspector, pay him no mind. I'm sure you've bigger Saltuna to can than us.
What do you mean by couch on?
Don't pay him any mind, Inspector. His upper story's a little gap-toothed, if you know what I mean. But seeing as you insist on sticking your... That is, since you're so curious, I'll fill you in on what we're doing. We, misplaced some people on our last tour. Misplaced them in the maws of some local predators. Now we're stuck here wondering how to get their room keys.
So your guidees were eaten by canids.
Might have been raptidons. I find it hard to tell them apart, especially when my glasses get fogged up.
So when you say lost, you mean left behind, so you could make a clean getaway.
You make it sound like we did this on purpose. If we had, we'd have been smart enough to get their room keys back first.
You get your guests killed and all you care about is their room keys?
Hey, we all got our priorities. Not worrying about those keys ain't gonna bring their owners back from the dead. Anyway, the sooner we get those keys back, the sooner we can make it look like the ex-guests checked out early.
Trying to cover up the deaths of the missing guests?
Wouldn't you? I mean, the dangers were all listed in fine print on the waivers they signed. Least they can do is not destroy our reputation when they get themselves killed. We knew sooner or later this was gonna happen. We've got some hush money tucked away. If you can get those keys for us, it's all yours.
Say I got your keys. What's stopping me from telling your bosses what happened?
You kidding? You're welcome to.
Our bosses would want this situation resolved, just like us. We're the real victims here. The dead can't suffer anymore, but we can, and we will if we have to pay for all these lost keys.
I'll get the keys for you.
Did I just hear that right?
We're not out of the woods yet. Let's just see what happens before we last saw the guests deeper in the wilderness, Inspector. That'd be a good place to look.
Try not to lose any more guests to wild beasts while I'm gone. So that's an interesting thing. So just up the road is a couple more buildings. Kind of want to hit the buildings because I imagine they're going to be like fast travel points of some descript. Ghost.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
Huh. It's an overgrown communications building of some description. Most of the stuff here seems to have been picked clean. Looks like landing bays. But yeah, considering most of the bins here are empty, you would think someone had been here before us. No discrepancies, though. He's been very quiet. Tsuchinoko real. Now, hang on a second. Damage to creatures. Damage. I don't suppose I'm gonna find the room keys just on these random Raptidons. Though that would have been funny. Well, I did find a dead hotel guest keycard. Single dead hotel guest. I imagine they're scattered all over the map. I'll find them as I go.
My time to shine. Been practicing this. In one piece.
Okay. That's weird, right? Is it weird to anyone else? Okay. Leather boa. Tsuchinoko real.
Aether waves won't be the same without Helen. We're all gonna be stuck with Spencer Woolridge.
Well, this seems to be a dirt road on its own. In the middle of nowhere.
That's what you get.
If I were to, oh, there's one right here. Hunting rifle hyper. Ooh, I'm dying!
Hold on! Don't mess with the best.
Candy Canyon? Nah, can't be real.
I like the idea of Felix getting so excited at the idea of a canyon made of candy. A bottle of Spectrum Brown. It's not out yet.
Try that again.
What's this over here? Broke my leg, but I'll be better in a minute.
Commander, you ever wonder why they put lights on our armor?
No.
What about these tubes poking out everywhere?
No. Trooper, stop asking stupid questions.
Sorry, Commander.
We're all part of the Rizzo's family.
You know what? I'd ask those questions. If I had to assume the lights are like IFF tags, identify friend or foe, though the fact that they light up physically rather than through infrared or night vision makes them very conspicuous. The tubes, if I had to assume, are for some kind of chemical or life support systems on board. Okay, so I found Betty.
Got the drop on us. Captain!
Whew! That's a lot of dogs. That's a lot of dogs.
That's the last of him.
No cacaos detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker.
I'm wondering if there's anything else significant here. Doesn't look like it. Let's go talk to, Mildred.
Hey, I almost can't believe it.
She was trying to milk canids.
Oh, Betty, you big goof. What were you thinking in that little metal noggin of yours? You nearly worried me to death. And you, ain't you just the most reliable freelancer in the colony? Let me just take a look at Betty here and we'll talk about payment. Yep, that's right. Her parameters for movement and target acquisition are a mess. I'll bring her back to the garage and get her sorted out. Since Betty's back safe and sound, I'll be sure to let my coworkers know that you're a good one. Here's some money for your effort. Least I can do to show my thanks.
All right, don't let any canids nip you on the way out.
I won't.
Utter Buddy? It's a science weapon. Used to tighten a specific hard-to-see bolt on Happydale Farm's milking assemblies, this wrench is strongly magnetic. It's a magnetic wrench? Huh?
Aether waves would be the same without having Spencer Woolrich.
Sakes alive, people these days have no respect for a corporate name change.
While I'm here, I'm giving Ellie her signature weapon back. I should also modify it. Let's give it the muzzle. It seems like something she would do. We're gonna make it plasma. And I'll give it the gyro sight. I was gonna tinker with it. Oh, it's at max level. Wait, what? It's level 99? Okay. I wasn't expecting that, honestly. So that's 37. So 37, that's 794, that's 880. It still does more damage per swing. 501 versus 42, but this one is plasma. And it's birdies. I kind of want to see it. If I give Felix the wrench for a minute. I'm going to put the sign stick and the Hall of Famer stick. I don't see the signature, but it could be outward facing. Also, All-In has been a very interesting weapon, though it very much eats through ammo like nothing. Still, I want to mess around with my shotgun a bit, because I miss it. Right, I suppose we should give the keys back.
Hey there.
I have them right here.
That's all of them. Lawrence.
Let's see, which... Here you are, Inspector.
What are you gonna do now?
We'll wait here a little longer, and start clearing out their rooms when the shift changes. Not sure what we'll do with their belongings.
Lawrence, we talked about this. Remember? Anyhow, thanks. Stay safe out there, Inspector.
That was shady. But what else could I do? Right, since... God, why does the map keep doing this? Since I've checked pretty much everything, I think it's time Let's go meet with this prophet. One of the only loose ends I have left to investigate at the moment. There's a few of these. Seems like the cacti grow in that sequence. Abandoned Rizzo's bunker. I feel like they're trying to tell me something here. Pseudo-feral forest. Oh, that's where the mantisaurs are.
Everyone all right?
Oh, it's a terraformer. I've seen a few of these.
You want some of this? Like that? Yeah! That's what you get! Ha! Can't get past that armor! Oh no! Ellie!
Cool. Gotta admit, I like the Daka. Daka's fun. At this point, I'm just wandering around for the sake of it. Oh, that's another dead person. Mansplitter. Frederick Blossom. Well, okay. Cut them in half and count the rings. I'm loving all of the named items that I've been finding through these expansions. I got no reason to go this way. Hold on.
Here I come! Watch a pro at work! Ha! Ha! Captain! That's the last of them.
Caliban the Heartless. Wish I'd thought of that. Would have made a nice pirate name.
Hi.
I don't know what it is you're looking for, stranger, but I reckon you better get. I've had about enough of you and your ilk coming by with your searching questions and expectant looks. I know you with those void-damned hunters, and I know what you want. Well, you ain't getting it.
What void damned hunters are you talking about?
Like you don't know. That damn group of hunters that keeps coming by and hassling me. Nobody ever visits just because they want to gab with old Cyrus. No, they either want to poach me out of my land or poach me out of my best friend.
There are hunters giving you trouble?
Damn straight there are. Wish I could go show 'em what for, but I'm old. And I gotta make sure I don't get Callie into no trouble. Two of us have lived on the reserve for years. Every so often, someone comes by trying to steal our land grant and evict us. We hold our own, but it's mighty agitating.
I can help you deal with those hunters.
Really? Oh, that's great news. Cal, you hear that? We're finally getting some help!
Oh, shit.
I didn't know primals could be pets. This changes everything.
Hey, I think she likes you.
It's not a situation, but I'm still inclined to help.
Wouldn't expect a stranger to do an unsolicited kindness to a standoffish old man. You're something else. I suspect you'll find the hunters that have been after me beyond the hills on the other side of the river from here. See if you can convince them not to poke around here.
I have a couple questions for you.
All right.
Okay, no, never mind. Caliban. So he has dissident gear, or iconoclast gear. It's probably not relevant, it's just like random level loot kind of situation, but still interesting. I mean, hey, man owns the land deed. Refers to this place as a reserve. The original intentions of the area was to be a wildlife reserve of some description, not a hunting ground. This is a faction quest? Don't like the sound of that. I'd rather not damage my reputation. But we'll see how it goes. So I'm trying to do right by Slug, which I think so far I have been. They're still neutral, but I've done some positive. I've basically done nothing for Rizzos. Oh, piss. Is piss. We got some Manosaurs.
Hey, boss, watch this.
Clean this up, right?
Brr, brr. Fun gun. It don't mess around. If I ever had to design a weapon, it'd be like a heavy shotgun of some kind. Maybe a big fucker like this that you hold with a handle, but it would be a big old fucking shotgun. Clapper. There have been some interesting weapons. Warning, may cause a ringing sound when applied to the head.
Their mistake.
Their mistake. They're bees. Okay, there was a few grown mantisaurs, but the first thing I saw was the bees. Oh, this group of hunters, the Rizzo's hunters. Well, I ain't a friend of the corpse.
You don't look like one of my hunters. What are you doing here?
You perhaps hunting one Cyrus Walgreen?
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. What's your business with him? Or with me?
He sent me to kill you. Give me a reason why I shouldn't.
Certainly. I pay better.
Not good enough.
Oh, you void damned sprat fuck.
Jackass is in
Shit. Where was my last save? Okay, thank God.
I'm getting the sissy sweats. It's really starting to stink up my armor.
Well, that's because you ate a whole pack of cysty bits and slept in your suit. What'd you expect?
You know I don't like the cold, and it's not my fault they made this get-up so snug.
Either you scrub off in that stream right now, or I'll mark you down for a hygiene violation.
You
I just want to see what she says.
Your employer is an ex-Rizzo's employee who defected to Slug. He's currently in possession of a land grant that is right. You cross him off and grab us.
I'm not impressed. I'd rather just kill you.
Oh, you.
It's like...
God, they hurt. God, they hurt.
No!
No peaceful negotiations here.
You.
Heads up! Score one for Felix.
Here we go.
Alright, what's a little, souring my reputation? It's only 16%. It's about as much as I've done to the deserters. Not as bad as I've done to the board. Listen. Between the two groups, I've made my decision. Though I wish I didn't have to murder people, because it's a pain in the ass. But I took care of them.
Back, I see.
You don't have to worry about anyone coming after you for a while.
Ah! Oh, me almighty, you know how to bolster an old man's spirits. Oh, thank you kindly, stranger. Oh, you're right, Cal. How could I forget? Oh, here's a reward for your trouble.
Back at you, ma'am. The pen. It's a special shotgun. That actually excites me. I don't know if it's, like, notably different in appearance. Some weapons seem to be. This one isn't, but I like that it's called the pen. With that name, I was kind of anticipating it would be, like, closer... I thought it was going to be a literal sword. But I'm glad it's not. I want Helen's suit from that promotional image. So it does 111 times 8. This is 143 times 8. But it has a faster rate of fire and larger magazine size. Special effect knockdown. Both of them have knockdown.
Okay, nobody needs this many candles.
I do. Oh, there's a workbench? In here? Or out there? In there. Interesting. So it is better than a base, no modifications weapon.
You gotta show me how you did that.
Held down E. Ain't tricky. You know, here I was thinking that, like, her seminar was going to be, you know, the kind of thing you'd expect from a seminar. Especially someone named the Prophet of Profitability. You'd think they were, like, the kind of person to use, like, flowery language, etc. Penitent Disciple.
The Prophet's treatments are intense. I nearly collapsed during the last session.
Sweat house meditation, hot coal training, stomach purging. I saw on the map that this was barricaded off, so I was curious as to what was down here. Lab protective monocle. Plasma carbine ultra. A backpack. Hatchet. Shout out.
You got nimble fingers, Captain.
Alright. I want to tinker with the pen. My current shotgun's 41. 34. 5. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 1600 versus 1976. But again, this is still a special. Some description.
By concentrating on profit, I can invite wealth in...
Why did he run away? I now have 10 bottles of Spectrum Brown. I will never drink it. I just realized, like, I have a bunch of use items that I'm never going to actually use. So I should, you know, just dump it. Whew.
To my life.
Money. Right, okay. So I guess I better speak.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis suggests this to be
a variety of herbs. Herbs have been uniformly treated with a pungent chemical mix. Warning: ingesting, smoking, or inserting non-corporation sanctioned substances into your ears may be harmful to your health.
Burning these would generate some pretty toxic smoke.
Side effects from extended exposure include dizziness, nausea, and unconsciousness. Additional likelihood of organ shutdown and/or death.
How would these most likely be used?
Prior analysis suggests these herbs reach peak effectiveness when users burn them and inhale the resulting smoke. Whether or not this increased effectiveness is good for an afflicted individual has yet to be determined.
Can you analyze the chemicals the herbs have been treated with?
Analyzing. Complete. Substance appears to be a mix of industrial solvents and various essential oils. Substances include woolly cow dander remover, sprat oil, and starship surface wax.
Taste them. Though the dry herbs are difficult to chew, the flavor is less bitter than you would have expected. It's woodsy, like triplicate, tripicale with a singed aftertaste. It's actually slightly better tasting than your average can of salt tuna.
Hypothesizing potential side effects from herb consumption. Most likely outcome: decapitation. Slight possibility of calculation error.
Alright, make a note of it and move on. Honor Guard's headwear. Man, I wish I brought the Vicar.
Fruitful and productive welcome, brother. I had a feeling you would visit me. I offer a wide variety of productivity seminars. I hope you'll consider taking one. But I should remember my manners. To what do I owe the pleasure of the Special Inspector's arrival?
I'm looking into the murder of Halcyon Helen, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Certainly, certainly. But first, I'd love to interest you in one of my productivity seminars. We'll free you of those potential hampering humors in a heartbeat.
Humors, huh? Didn't Helen say you were a hack?
Absolutely not. Any statements by Ms. Helen about us were blown out of proportion and altered by the media. In fact, she quite recently... excuse me. I seem to be remembering something that never happened. Whatever the case, I'm sure her speech about us was all a misunderstanding. With that said, I'd love to involve you in one of my productivity seminars.
I don't think I understand.
As science has taught us, the body is made up of two things, flesh and humors.
That's science from like the 1800s. That's from the Middle Ages. That's plague doctor shit.
These humors are semi-fluids that, when improperly balanced, may cause you to function inadequately. By signing up for my seminars, you can balance these humors for only mildly inordinate and repeat payments. Cancellation is subject to repercussions.
What kind of repercussions?
Nothing you need concern yourself with, brother. It's all in the contracts. But of course, no one need subject themselves to such repercussions if they don't cancel. Regardless, can I interest you in a seminar?
I don't think I can spare the time. I've got a murder to look into.
Yes, I understand the pressure of one's employment all too well. We've lately been looking into more ways to bolster the retreat stock of bits. But you needn't worry about how this little conversation is affecting my livelihood, brother. Please, take your time. I'm delighted to extend my
You said you had no further interaction with Helen before her death.
Yes, that's correct. She made it clear that my seminars were of no interest to her.
I saw the message from Helen on your terminal about attending a session.
Well, I suppose that does complicate things. Whatever the case, I didn't care to mention Helen's change in decision because she never showed up. I don't see how it matters.
Gonna ask you more questions about Helen. Please answer truthfully.
Oh? I'm surprised. We may have had some terse interactions before her death, which I most certainly regret. But beyond those, what would...
Did you contact Helen after you left the Grand Colonial?
I did not. She had no interest in my seminars, and I had no interest in attempting to convert a stubborn actress. Why would I have had any cause to engage with her further?
Bridget Terminal. I'd think real carefully before you lie to me again.
Well, I suppose that does complicate things. Whatever the case, I didn't care to mention Helen's change in decision.
Right, she already said that. Where were you in the time of Helen's murder?
Why, I've been at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve for quite some time now, as my disciples can attest. In fact, I haven't visited the Colonials since I arrived several weeks ago. Bad energies, you understand.
You and Helen didn't get along, I hear.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. The media tends to exaggerate. I will admit that her remarks about my seminars were rather unfortunate. However, I certainly wouldn't sharpen any sabers over it, if that's what you mean to imply. I only do that when my clients skimp on their bills. I hope...
Got some interesting herbs in here.
I'm pleased that you noticed. Excellent eye, brother. The compound they're treated with is my own invention, designed to unlock an individual's true productive potential when burned. I can't say any more.
They seem toxic. Toxic enough to potentially kill someone.
None of my clients have ever complained, so I'm sure they're perfectly safe. Is there anything else?
That's it. If you... No, you're an eye shot, aren't you? Woo! Special helmet, plus 10 leadership skills, increase to critical damage. Your companions really like this helmet. They keep admiring it when you aren't looking.
Hello, welcome to the Prophet of Profitability's Private Prosperity Retreat. Stay positive, and soon all your humors will be balanced. Least, that's what I keep telling you.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm Aaliyah Mason. I work as the Prophet's right-hand woman. What can I do for you?
What can you tell me about the retreat?
If you felt imbalanced and unproductive, linger in your malaise no longer. We have all the amenities and practices for calming the ill humors strangling your potential. Sit for hours in our sweat house and sweat them out. Or stand amidst burning coals and feel your productive inhibitions burn away. And remember, think positive. Positivity equals productivity equals profitability.
Interesting. Did you know the Prophet well?
Of course. I've been studying under her for years. I know each of her techniques more or less by heart, and even have some variations of my own, such as the quintuple daily stomach purges.
Okay.
She's promised me that I'd be allowed to open my own branch of the retreat someday soon. Of course, I've been waiting on someday soon for coming up on 4 years now.
For a positivity disciple, you sound a little less than enthused.
Oh, terribly sorry if I gave you that impression. I had a cramp. It's better now. I mean, it might be nice if I had a little inclination of whether the Prophet appreciated all the cooking and cleaning and hours of meditation I do on a daily basis. But whatever she thinks isn't for me to question. I'll do my best to be more chipper.
was hired to look into Halcyon Helen's murder, and I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Oh my. Yes, this is important enough for me to delay my bi-hourly self-flagellation. Ask away.
Me. Where were you at the time of the murder?
I was here, at the retreat in the company of the other disciples and clients. I rarely have more than a few minutes of alone time. Which is fine, of course. I do what I do in the service of the Prophet, who will, I'm sure, reward me for my sacrifice. Eventually.
Prophet had a feud with Halcyon Helen, right?
Yes, the circumstances there are quite unfortunate. For a time, the Prophet was completely despondent. Even the hot coal walks weren't buoying her spirits as they usually do. However, we recently had a high-profile visitor whose presence seemed to alleviate whatever the Prophet's fears were.
Who was that?
I'm actually not entirely certain. It was a surreptitious visit that stood out because it was surreptitious. Whoever it was must have paid the Prophet quite a lot to keep things quiet. At least that's the only reason I can think of for intentionally keeping things so hush-hush.
Have you noticed any unusual behavior in the retreat lately?
Well, by and large, no. But something rather odd did happen regarding the Prophet recently. A few hours after our high-profile visitor arrived a couple of days ago, the Prophet asked me to take over sessions for the remainder of the day. At first, I was excited. Thought it was my chance to show her what I could do in charge. But then I saw that she was deeply worried about something. No one saw her until the next day.
That's all for now.
Certainly.
Alright, that's everything.
Actually, before you go, I want to report something suspicious. I noticed the Prophet dragging something, a bundle, away from the retreat after that high-profile guest arrived. Normally, I'm the one who does her laundry, so it was strange.
Huh.
Especially because whatever she was dragging seemed oddly human-shaped.
I'll look into it. Oh, that actually does fire damage. Very good.
The Prophet of Profitability has changed my life. Her seminars are worth
How to keep
every
going?
bit.
I can feel my inner negativity.
God, I love this video.
The Prophet says to purge.
Yeah, man, you do that. I'm gonna keep investigating this bunker. Because I want to know what else is going on here. Well, there's fellas with worms. Cool. So there's worms here too, which is probably why the bunker's abandoned. I keep seeing these gas masks, but no way to get them. Huh. Chief of the Savage's severed index finger. It's interesting, all of the movie memorabilia around the place. I've already mentioned that, but it's bizarre. 2 files successfully recovered. Huh. Parasite seems completely incompatible with the common Sprat. Huh, okay. So they're just more examining this parasite. Which, if I had to guess, is exactly what's been going inside of Spectrum Brown. Memorize the passcode. Yeah. Severe psychological restoration. After careful review, Rizzo's Office of Human Resources approved the dissolution of your indenturement contract in accordance with Rizzo's company law. Your closest living rental is rewarded with the following. Huh. So I have supervisor clearance, which may allow me to do something here, potentially. There's the collapse. I was on the other side of that.
Let's take a look inside.
See, now I'm invested. There's got to be something here. This is a cave. I see. You know what? It's just better. Canid host. So wait, these guys have the parasites.
Everyone all right? Now that was fun!
I have the perception helmet on, right? Yeah, good. Huh. I'm dying! I'm dying!
Out of my way!
Well, that could have went better, but we survived. That's what matters. Now, hang on a second. Well, I have helmets hidden, but I was wondering if, like, the whole bit about, like, your companions really like this. That's not special. I thought it was gonna have like a parasite on it or something. Grenade launcher 3. Some more geological survey notes. Grenade launcher 3, the sequel. Felix has got a... Oh, he has a 3. Okay. I've set Felix to do melee only, but I didn't want to fuck him over with guns.
Watch this!
Kick. I'm going to assume that wherever we exit out of is going to be somewhere special, I hope. Holy caves.
Place looks like it's seen better days.
You got him!
Hi.
What is this? Another soul willing to brave the dangers of the wilderness? How thrilling to find my paramour out here in the wilds. Virgil Henderson at your service. Board surprise auditor and 5th finest shot this side of Halcyon. Delighted to meet you.
Not much out here, unless you're preparing to go through the finances of the local canids.
Of course I'm not. The Bureau of Creatures and Land Auditor was by last month. I certainly won't be encroaching upon her territory. She bites. I'm here to conduct a surprise audit of the local holy caves, Rizzo's lone leased property in the reserve. It is rather notedly empty. Worse, it seems the evacuation occurred without anyone filing the proper emergency paperwork. Tut-tut.
So there aren't any Rizzo's personnel in the caves. How are you going to audit them?
All Rizzo's facilities require consistent logging of work conditions. I suspect there will be information regarding the bunker during its prime, should I look into the right places. With all this in mind, there is a small issue. I actually conducted an investigation. Since my biometric data might still be registered, it's possible that my entering the facility would not be legally classified a surprise. It's a puzzle, to be sure.
Might be able to conduct that, your investigation for you for a price.
An uncertain suggestion. There are no shortage of legal loopholes for freelance work, but I fear setting my work on the shoulders of someone I've never met before. I may be able to hire you, but let me ask you a question to see if you're fit to represent me first. How much do you know about free market economics?
Hell of a lot more than the people I steal from, that's for certain.
That's a sufficient amount of market knowledge indeed. I knew you were the right person for the job. Head into the holy caves and see what you can find. Keep your eyes open for journals. I'm counting on you. Excellent to see you again, my friend.
I think I found everything.
What are these? Research data pads? Not quite what I expected. Let's see what they say. Parasites, caves, thought control. He did what now? Well, it doesn't look like any of this is in violation, but it is disturbing. And disturbing a surprised auditor is as foul as failing to file proper paperwork. Rizzos shall pay dividends for my psychological damage. Here's your reward, my friend. Your contributions to the field of surprise auditing shall not...
Okay. It just so happens that I explored that cave on my way out, and then there was a quest there. So that works. I don't know what else is out in this region. Surely something fun. It sounds like creatures. So not fun. Oh god, that's a lot of mana source. Okay. It's ice time. Bop, bop, bop.
Oh no! Ellie! Everyone all right?
Cool.
Timeline discrepancy detected.
Semi-recent set of tracks in the dirt stands out from the dead leaves and those made by passing creatures.
Identifying human footprints leading out into the wilderness. It is unusual for productivity disciples to wander more than a few feet from the camp.
They're not mine, are they?
Scanning. No. No traces of aether dust, blood, or dimethyl sulfoxide found. Judging by footprint depressions and shoe size, these prints were either made by the Prophet of Profitability or Adjutant Sophia Akande. Error. Recalibrating. These footprints were made by the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy. Additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability.
More of this.
Timeline discrepancy. Additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy. Additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Judging by the shape of this indentation in the dirt, a person of medium height and build laid here for a number of hours, scanning for other details. Only additional signs of disturbance are a few marks in the dirt.
Could there have been a corpse here? Maybe the wildlife ate it.
Theorizing. Potentially, but unlikely. Less than 0.01% human blood/muscle tissue detected in area. Eridanos wildlife is not known to consume meals neatly. More likely that individual was only unconscious and left of their own accord.
Could be this was specifically set up to throw us off the trail. Let's be careful. Cool.
Welcome. I'm delighted to extend my desire to aid you, brother.
I followed your trail to where you dumped something in the wilderness.
Oh, really? What did you find there? What did I dump?
There was nothing there, but by its proportions, I'd say a body.
Clever work, Inspector. It seems even I can't slide my way out of the trap you've so intricately weaved. I admit it. I killed Helen by mistake. Helen changed her mind and wanted to attend one of my sessions. I, knowing the importance of the seminar, desired to truly galvanize her, though not to stop her heart. So when it came time, I chose to double Helen's dosage of productivity-enhancing herbs. I left her to meditate, and when I returned, she was dead. After that, I entered a less than coherent state. One of my disciples, it seems, witnessed me as I dragged Helen's body out into the wilderness.
Did you shoot the body at any time?
Laws, no. I hate guns. If I ever wanted to kill someone on purpose, I would have used a blunt weapon. Nothing quite like clubbing someone over the head.
You didn't dump the body at the Grand Colonial?
Do you jest? The guests at the Colonial eat no shortage of strange things, but I think corpses are perhaps too strange. The creatures of the wilderness are much less picky. Besides, the hotel is ridiculously far. I couldn't have made it all that way without someone realizing I was dragging a corpse.
You were sure Helen was dead?
I'm no medical professional, but that certainly seemed the case. Usually my customers at least writhe or mumble after a session. My productivity-enhancing herbs typically do induce sluggishness, but I suppose they must have been enough to do her in if her constitution was truly that weak.
I don't think you killed anybody. Certainly not Helen.
What? Is this some kind of joke? You're an inspector. It's your job to arrest me, isn't it?
Halcyon Helen's body was found at the Grand Colonial. She was killed there.
I don't believe you. I think this is all a trick. You're trying to catch me in a lie. Get me to reveal my productivity secrets.
If Helen's body wasn't where you left it, she must have awakened and walked away.
No. Someone must have moved it after I killed her. One of my business rivals, waiting for me to fall into a false sense of security so they can strike.
The only thing you've done is be completely negligent.
No. You can't trick me. I finally discovered what's happening. You've been paid off. Someone else learned that I killed Helen and is going to use that information to blackmail me. You think I'm going to let this injustice happen? Ha! Tell the constable that I killed Helen. It's 1,000 times less miserable than whatever my enemies have planned.
Thank you. You're up the wall. I'm not getting the deputy or anyone else to falsely imprison you.
You monster! What am I supposed to do now? They'll be here soon. And once they arrive, I'll be powerless. Powerless! I just want to go to prison! Is that so wrong?
Okay. So, right, all of these are now to confront Ludovico, or not to confront, but to report to. This one, I have to confront Spencer Woolrich. So, most of my investigation is concluding. I am no closer to the truth. Which sucks. I would like to be closer to the truth. I would like to know what's going on.
Aha!
VIP guest floor.
If you see black...
do 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 do.
I'm pretty happy working for Slug. Mr. Kincannon treats us with respect.
You're here. I hope you have the Photon Proto-Distributor, or we're never leaving this damn facility. That was from the Twin Spies. I played a sentient mechanical. Ask me anything at all.
Learn a thing or two about your activities in the hotel.
Oh, have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
I have security footage of you tampering with Helen's last meal.
Tampering? No, no, no. I just happened to be passing through the kitchen and saw a dish that looked good. If being hungry is a crime, you better indict 3/4 of Halcyon.
So, quick question. What was it you wanted with a Terrare bile gland?
What? That damn bellhop promised discretion. Well, if you must know, it's an appetite suppressant. How do you think I keep my form so lithe? Terrare glands keep me from feeling hunger pangs.
For a supposedly good actor, you're not much of a liar.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a breach of my... No, I can't keep doing this. You've caught me. As it so happens, I may not have had the Terrare gland acquired for personal use. I may have placed it in Bellamy's meal. But before you indict me, please, just listen. I wasn't trying to kill her.
Talk.
I will. Terrare glands aren't supposed to be lethally poisonous. They're supposed to cause extreme lethargy, as if you'd inhaled several quarts of Spectrum vodka. She would have had to eat 6 or 7 of the glands to die, and even then it would be an extended, arduous process.
Random sound effect.
Speakers.
Ah, piss.
Why poison her at all?
I was just getting to that. I only wanted her to be incapacitated during the Brown unveiling. With her out of commission, the next available celebrity, myself, would get to host the unveiling. Please think twice about telling the administrator of my misdeeds. If he learns the truth, what's left of my career will be left in shambles.
What would you want me to say instead?
Tell him it was a poisonous mushroom, or a bite from some poisonous insect. An accident. I promise I shall make up for my actions. Pay to erect a statue in Helen's honor, or perhaps even dedicate a performance to her memory.
I'll keep you in suspense. It's more fun that way.
My law, if you aren't a sadist. If I have a coronary before you make your decision, I will do my utmost to haunt you.
Fuck them. Fuck the rich. Okay, so all of my current quests are to report to the administrator. I have a lot to say to the man. Bring me to the penthouse.
Next up,
I want that suit. I'm telling you. Okay, we eat quick saving. And we talking.
Inspector, I've just received word that Constable Keene is dead. Please tell me it isn't true.
She was murdered in her office.
Halcyon Helen, Leora Blossom, Maria Keene. There's a murderer on the loose, Inspector. You must stop them. I don't have Maria to count on anymore, so I'm counting on you.
Whoever murdered her used the Needler.
The Needler was among Helen's belongings. Whoever stole it must have been able to slip in and out of the hotel. Maria was my sole representative in Cedric's territory. The entire hotel staff is on his payroll. Any one of them could have killed her on his behalf.
Well, I'll find whoever did this.
Make them suffer, Inspector.
I've managed to track down Black Hole Birdie.
I'm pleased to hear that. Birdie Holcomb is a valuable asset to the Rizzo's Rangers property. When Helen was murdered, Birdie was nowhere to be found. The timing of his disappearance is unfortunate.
Birdie's something of a character, but he's harmless. I feel a little bad for him.
Try not to feel too bad for him. Birdie is a brilliant athlete. The universe has balanced his talent by making him a slackwit.
Go easy on him. He just lost the love of his life.
I don't understand what it was that Helen saw in Birdie. Whatever it was, she seemed to trust him implicitly. He was always on his best behavior around her. Or he tried. I'm not a heartless man, Inspector. I know that losing Helen must have shaken Birdie to his core. Be plain with me, Inspector. Do you believe Black Hole Birdie killed Helen?
I really don't.
I'm relieved to hear that. I happen to be something of a fan of the hack attack. I'd hate to see him processed for murder, but we need to be absolutely sure. I'd like you to continue your investigation. Notify me as soon as you're ready to make a formal accusation.
Birdie agreed to stay at the Grand Colonial.
I appreciate that. I'd rather keep Birdie within the public eye than let him languish in a bar at the docks. I'll make my report of your investigation into Birdie. Do you have anything else for me?
Looked into Cedric.
Closely, I trust. Tell me what you found.
I'm about to disappoint you. He's got an alibi.
Of course he's got an alibi. He runs Sublight Underground. He probably starts his day by preparing half a dozen alibis. With that in mind, do you think Cedric was responsible for Helen's death?
Helen was making money for Cedric. I doubt he has a motive for killing her.
No motive. That's disappointing, because it's exactly the conclusion he'd want us to make. Unfortunately, even I don't have the authority to detain Cedric. His line of work is dangerous, though. There's always a chance for an accident.
Sorry to disappoint you, Ludovico. He's alive and well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I've already lost Dr. Blossom and Constable Keene, but at least Cedric's alive. The universe is a just place.
I've completed my investigation into Helen's poisoning.
Excellent. I trust you have a name for our poisoner.
Spencer Woolrich confessed to the crime.
Oh, I am disappointed. I'd always believed Mr. Woolrich a man of high character. It pains me to order the arrest and detention of someone I admired. I'd like you to continue investigating Helen's murder. You've found the poisoner, but her killer remains at large.
I finished my investigation into Jasmine Leva, the Prophet of Profitability.
Ms. Leva earned that title, but not for the reasons you'd expect. The Prophet business has been profitable for the hotel. Not so much for Ms. Leva's followers. So, tell me, what did you find?
She really wants to be arrested.
She wants to be arrested? That's not the kind of behavior I expect from a suspect. Perhaps she's carrying a guilty conscience. Does the Prophet strike you as a reasonable candidate for Helen's murderer?
Still considering my options, but no, I doubt she did it.
I'll bear that in mind. Thank you for the update, Inspector. I'll include everything you've told me in my official report.
I'll be back. I genuinely don't know who did it.
Eridanos is a technological marvel, and they use it as a tourist destination to sell.
The murder weapon. Like, could have, what was their motive? Black Hole Birdie, yeah. Basically what happened, near as I can tell, with each of the suspects. I mean, the mascot died. And so did Dr. Blossom and the constable. They were killed with the needler. Spencer Woolrich did try to poison Halcyon Helen to take her place in the, like, at the grand reveal. Burbage has nothing to do with this. The mascot died. Okay. Dr. Amir Zhao's logs predate the development of Rizzo Spectrum Brown. Those logs describe one researcher's breakthrough, the discovery of a strange new life form. Okay. Exact replica of the needler, Helen's signature weapon. You discover traces of chemicals in Helen's upturned luggage. Someone removed the needler from her belongings. Newest flavor. At the bottom of each bottle lies the corpse of a parasitic life form, guaranteed to enhance flavor and improve your mood. Okay. Yep. Consider the atmospheric complex. After Helen's murder, authorities placed a lockdown on all incoming and departing spacecraft. Okay. I guess there's supposed to be a photo of Cedric here, but I took it down. Look at mascot. He was in your room searching through Helen's belongings. I also don't think I fully explored the place. I don't know what I'm missing. But there are a few buildings that I neglected to check out. Namely, Distillation and the Pilot House. I mean, I was at the Pilot House, I believe. I was here. Right, no, I was at the Pilot House, and that's where the mascot died. At the weather station. And he had a slug. Also up here.
Hey, you can see into the hotel rooms with that thing.
is... Yeah. The weather station was being used to spy on someone in the hotel, but nobody's really sure who. But I've checked this place out pretty thoroughly. What remains is the rest of the buildings here, which, if I had to guess, are the things that are missing, like, the main final bits that I still haven't uncovered. I still have no idea. Like, genuinely, I don't have any clue.
Inspector! Hope you catch that killer soon.
Me too, bud. Oh, this is cute. Oh, I'm fucking rich. It's a museum dedicated to the films. Pick up half-melted battery. What did that accomplish? I'm still wearing the observation helmet. Yes, good. Hey, bud.
Whoa, you scared the daylights out of me. Don't sneak up on a fella like that. Say, you wouldn't happen to be the inspector investigating Halcyon Helen's murder. You look like you might fit the bill.
Pretty observant.
Hey, I got it right. You must be a real top runner to be in charge of a case like this. Oh, wait. That's why you're talking to me. I'll help however I can.
What do you know about Halcyon Helen and her murder?
Oh, I hate to say it, but I never met Helen. Not even in passing. I've seen a couple serials, but otherwise, I don't know anything about her. But I do know a thing or two about traps. This here's my Terror Ray Grounder, and once it works, it'll zap those wing sprats out of the sky.
Interesting contraption. You said it's not working?
Not yet. I'm missing a few parts before I can power it up. Actually, you seem capable, and I need some help getting those parts I'm missing.
What parts do you need?
I've got an incomplete list here, but I'm a tad on the scatterbrain side. You mind taking a look at my terminal to certify I ain't forgetting anything?
Already got some of the items you want.
Let's see. Looks like you've picked up some scrap and a leaky battery, which is a good start. Come on back once you've grabbed all the parts and...
Huh. Well, where's your terminal? Because now I'm invested in your quest. It's up there.
We're all part of the Rizos family.
Must you read every law-forsaken sign in the building?
Yes.
Some of us enjoy learning things. Oh.
Tossball stick was used by none other than Bertie Blackwell Holcomb during his historic match between Wizards Rangers and the Happy Dale Farmers, where Bertie's triple tackle rival hacker clawed the Bull Payne to the Rick for most simultaneous rule violations. I don't like that. Melee damage plus 10%. Hey, Felix. Oh, shit! I wasn't expecting it to display a thing on his back. Well, you're a ranger now. I don't normally take people out of their starting clothes.
You
don't know how grateful I am for the morale improvement program. Changed my life.
Oh, the vending machine power cables, which I already have.
Greeting protocols initiating. Phaeton cannot extend pre-programmed pleasantries at this time. Error.
You mean your gyroscopic axis is misaligned?
Affirmative.
Just tell me what to do.
To achieve attitude adjustment, acquire the gyroscopic alignment key, or GAC. Utilize the GAC to interface with the gyroscope management terminal. This.
Cool. Tell me where to go.
Rizos thanks you in advance. Please note that Rizos does not pay for uncontracted labor. Access to engineering levels.
Cool. Spork and forks. So I guess this is technically a giant spaceship then. Anyway, yeah, I found the bits.
You're back. Any luck finding what?
Yep, here's what I found.
Excellent. I should finally be able to get this thing working. Here, take this. It's the least I can do for all your help against those leathery abominations. Oh, wait. There's one more thing. You don't happen to have a pinwheel, do you?
I can look for one?
Great. I'll give you a nice bonus if you bring one back to me.
Where do I find a pinwheel? It's in this building, apparently. Or no, that's the exit, huh? Don't tell me it's at the Lost and Found. I say that with air quotes. Ah! Engineer camp.
Nice going.
What's that look like? Ah, nice. You know, I haven't fully explored this section for sure. Oh, that's stealing. And I ain't no thief. I don't know if, like, being around here is gonna instantly reveal who the criminal is. But before I leave, I want to make sure I do every side quest.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
You're back.
Found the pinwheel.
It sure is. I'll finally be able to give those winged monstrosities what for. Here's your pay for helping me put the finishing touches on this thing.
I'm off.
Thanks again for your help, Inspector. Thanks for your help with the Terror Ray Grounder.
Mr. Zap. Force Magnum. Okay. So now I have access to engineering. I doubt there's anything super violent down here. Hang on, I saw it. I see it. Okay. Big dog down here. Seems to have committed a murder or two.
Wow. Nice work.
Huh.
I won't tell.
It's not stealing if the place has been abandoned for more than a month. That's the law. Anyway, how's my reputation looking? I see.
Me? That hurts.
Killed 50 infected humans or parasites. Only 50.
Wanted to make you smile. Real funny. You're getting me. My time to die. Who's laughing now? You like that?
Diddly-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. A lot of them wearing baseball caps. So this isn't the room with the window. That giant monster. Well, it's a dog. The giant dog wasn't here.
Don't mess with the best.
So these parasites are definitely proving to be a problem. Hold on, I can't see without my glasses. I have to put on my computer glasses.
Heads up.
Okay. I don't know where that breaker room was that I unlocked. Just to be sure, I want to go back out here. No, yeah, that was the survey room. Send through here.
If they didn't want to tempt us, Why'd they lock it up?
Hi?
Hey, I don't know who you think you are, but I'm the captain of this vessel.
Oh, hey. Someone else who uses the word captain lightly.
And as the captain, I specifically recall locking this door. And I do not recall giving anyone permission to unlock it.
Oh, I found you. You can help me realign Phaeton.
Hey, that's my job. But yes, you can help me realign Phaeton. In fact, as the captain, I order it.
Just tell me the plan.
Meet me above the gyroscope. I think I know a way to take care of these monsters once and for all.
What did you have in mind?
I can't say. Prior operational experience has disinclined me from sharing my plans too early lest a subordinate criticize them. But I assure you, my idea is brilliant. Once we're there, I can deal with the Canids and realign Phaeton, thus saving the day.
Any suggestions for reaching the gyroscope?
You could take the ramp up from here. It might help you avoid some of the automechanicals.
Oh, there's...
See you at the gyroscope.
There's automechanicals, too. Cool. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, there are. I'm gonna listen to you. Okay, yeah, there's a couple boys.
Got it. Heads down.
I don't suppose there's a terminal. Okay. Those ones are offline. Okay. Hard to tell.
Unexpected.
Unexpected item in baggage area, etc. Turn around. I have no ulterior motives.
System.
Turn around. I have no ulterior motives.
Halt. Security patrol initiated.
Shh.
Resetting actions. Processing.
I don't know what the deal is with your peripheral.
For unauthorized persons.
Take your best.
Motherfucker! Okay. We're doing this the hard way.
Hey, boss! Watch this!
I have a weapon for dealing with mechanicals. What am I doing? The ramp will help you avoid him, she said. Didn't help with shit. At least I got some money.
Everyone all right?
I'm limping. Okay, that was back in here. Right, that's a shortcut out. Also, fucking Felix roasting me, saying another person who uses the word captain lightly. Bitch, I'm a captain! Genuinely. Of a spaceship. It's my spaceship. You wanna be a bitch about it, go home. All that money I had dumped into these weapons. But you know, I'm still trying to rack my brain on this, right? Cedric makes money, too much money off of Helen to kill her. He can make money selling merch, like commemorative merchandise, but he doesn't have much motive. Her co-star didn't want to kill her, just upstage her. And the poisoning wasn't lethal, just out of spite. Her boyfriend doesn't have the capacity to murder someone. So the only real people left is the Prophet of Profitability, who did not murder her. She thinks she murdered her, but, like, really just heavily drugged her and dumped her into the desert. Which doesn't constitute a murder, but is still a crime. And then... yeah, there's a lot going on with this one. Hi, Parker. I appreciate you dropping by. My current assumption, based on the fact that I basically have no answers, is that whoever I'm sending to prison is innocent. Like,
Oh, that's the last of him.
my current guess is that I'm going to pick someone who's guilty, and they are going to, as the arresting thing is happening, the panel that I'm talking to my employer on is going to get hacked, and it's going to be like, good work, Inspector. Yada, yada, yada. You missed a few clues, Inspector, etc. I hope you're having fun. I absolutely am. I love a murder mystery, and I also love that a murder mystery is basically this entire DLC. It's not just like a throwaway quest. Oh yeah, I gave Felix a new outfit. He's in sports ball gear for his favorite team. I've also talked about it yesterday on stream, but I love that toss ball is never explained. We get snippets of what toss ball is supposed to be, but all I really know is that people die playing it, and there's sticks and balls. I don't know what else it constitutes. You toss the ball and you win if you survive. That's basically all I've gathered. But the positions seem like they don't make any sense. There was one dude that I spoke to in the hotel who is a, quote, 16th backer, which implies that there is at least 16, if not more, positions. Hydrate and a stretch. I did take a sip. I just stand up now. We also know that there's a hacker who's a guy who beats people up. That's what Felix is rocking. The hacker uniform. Tossball hackers hurt other people. You should try that too. Sealed. Okay. Right, what's your deal?
By the law, those Canids are done for. We did it, friend.
Gotta go, sending love. Alright. Thank you for dropping by.
Anyway, I was thinking, you should do the honors. Realign Phaeton, since you've been such great help in all of this.
I'd be honored. She gave me a slightly modified light assault rifle Mark III. It's trash. Facilitating your violent axe murder fantasy since the founding of Halcyon. I've collected quite an array of weapons. Well, that was a cute little dungeon.
Greeting protocols suspended. Checking for gyroscopic alignment. Gyroscopic alignment confirmed. Rizos thanks you for your assistance. All systems are functional.
Alright, well that didn't accomplish much. But, cool. Trying to think of other bits that I haven't, like, fully visited or explored. Oh, distillation. That's the only other one I haven't been to yet. I've been hearing about this morality boosting program, but I haven't participated in it myself. I hate that the map gets blurry. Whatever's in here, though, should be interesting. Huh.
Welcome to Rizzo's Distillation
More of 'em.
Station, where we process scented rocket fuel, bubbly beverages, and spirits that'll make you smile, all in the same system of pipes. The top level of the distillery is available to all guests for the purpose of sightseeing and novelty product purchasing. However, it saddens me to inform you that due to classified reasons, we are currently under a state of emergency. As such, we are offering a total of 0 lower-level tours at this time.
If this emergency has to do with Helen's murder, that's why I'm here. Your boss hired me.
Yes, that is not what I meant.
So this emergency is unrelated to the murder of the Spectrum Vodka Brown spokesperson.
Nice try, visitor, but I am not authorized to either confirm or deny details pertaining to our classified state of emergency.
Can I get to the lower levels of the distillation station or not?
Yes, but not at this time. Access has been barred to all non-essential level workers.
Check my status. I am the special inspector on the case.
Wow, so you are. Gosh, can I get an autograph? I'll put it on my desk right next to the one I got from Black Hole Birdie. He's so smart and strong, or, well, at least he's very strong. Oh, and I must forget to inform you, Inspector, you are still not authorized to enter the lower levels at this time. Please contact Administrator Ludovico if you feel this decision has been made in error.
I have questions for you. Questions of a criminal nature.
Oh my, but I've endeavored to follow every contractual clause and law to the letter for my entire life. Correction, for the purposes of honesty, I've endeavored to follow every contractual clause and law to the letter since my morale treatment in the RR&DD lab several weeks ago.
Let me guess. After your treatment, your whole outlook on life
That's right.
changed.
The way I see the world, it's so pretty now, all sparkling and prismatic. I'll do anything to protect this precious gift Rizzo's has given me. Understand?
I think that's enough for now.
Wonderful!
It's about a tour.
On the upper floors of the facility, we are proud to offer investors and celebrities alike a pristine tour area for experiencing all that the distillation station has to offer Iridanos. Tours are entirely self-guided, so once you've reached the tasting room, your tour will have completed. And remember, for your safety, guests are advised not to stray from the approved tour path.
Do I have to buy a ticket?
Normally, yes, but at this time, ticket sales are on hold until our current state of emergency has been cleared. Thank you for your understanding. Don't forget.
Okay. Right, gotta put on my glasses.
Company.
Ma'am?
What do you think you're...
Nothing at all. Her tone changed. Okay, no, I can't get away with it. How much reputation did I lose anyway? Doesn't matter. I see. Huh.
Careful. These'll give you retinal damage if you stare too long.
What, purple lights? Yeah, I believe it. Recharge. So what's that do? It's another heavy weapon. Try not to think too hard about how this one works. What? I mean, I love my lightning grenade launcher. It's an amazing thing for dispatching. Looks like a prop used during the filming that took place on this set. Not much of a weapon. It's too fragile to even pistol whip someone. Man. Monogram cigarette lighter. This is where the serial was filmed then. Interesting. Right, that door doesn't open. I'm just trying to be thorough before I do too much deep exploration. Or I make an official declaration on who the killer is.
Mr. Kincannon really knows how to run a hotel.
Honk.
I see you've stumbled upon a little peek into our distillery. These tanks are brewing the wonderful Rizzo's beverages you know and love, along with exciting new flavors like Rizzo's Spectrum Brown.
I think they meant horrible new crimes against humanity like Rizzo's Spectrum Brown.
Now that you've seen
Ooh.
behind the scenes, I bet you're pretty thirsty. Well, not to worry. We have every flavor of Spectrum available to delight your palate. Please note that tour guests are limited to a maximum of 3 different Rizzo's flavor samples. All beverages must be consumed on the premises. Rizzo's is not responsible for gastronomic distress, mild hallucinations, or damage to your sense of taste.
Maximum of 3 samples, huh? Joke's on you, Rizzo's. I can't count when I'm drunk.
Thank you greatly for stopping by. On behalf of Rizzo's, I hope you enjoyed viewing a small part of our facility.
Yeah, that seemed like an inordinately small part of your facility. There doesn't seem to be much else in the way of... Oh, God. Blurry. There we go. So that door's locked. But that's what gets me to the rest of the facility. That's a bathroom. You can jump down, right? Good thinking. Right. Let's see how that goes. No. It's too tall. I could probably Skyrim it if I get it just right, but I think what I need to do...
You again. Please. Correct. Thinking on such a time makes me unhappy. Technically, you are correct.
Cool.
What? Tours are once.
I wish I could distract her somehow. Like, I don't suppose... I mean, yeah. Jesus.
Greeting, Beryl. This unit. Fruity, this unit.
Cool.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I suppose that she has to unseal it.
Heading back.
Like, that's her command. She could probably do that from the computer. It was an offhanded mention. But she did also say that I could talk to Ludovico, but at the same time, I could also just go to the side doors. Is there anything else in this little fuck. I don't remember if there's anything else on this little island. Like, of note. There's a bin.
Can't keep us out.
Oh yeah, and that ship, I remember. And then, like, here was... Well, side door. Ow. Which is sealed. I may have to do that. Because I'm trying to think of, like... This is the only area of the resort that I haven't fully explored. I've basically talked to everybody with quests and
We're all part of the Rizzo's family.
all that junk. So I'm just now wondering, like, what's left to poke about.
You hear about that stunt with the woolly cows? That was great, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I checked here. Yeah.
Company gives us a discount on Spectral Brown.
You probably don't want to drink any brown liquid. I'm going to travel to the penthouse and see if I can't...
Inspector?
What if I cheat? Chat, what if I cheat? I'm going to cheat. Huh. Okay, so I looked some things up. Not to spoil anything for anyone, or for me. But, I basically just saw some quest names. And it turns out I wasn't supposed to be at the distillery yet. Okay. Quick save.
Inspector?
I know who killed Halcyon Helen.
Tell me, Inspector. Who?
You did.
I beg your pardon. You think I killed Halcyon Helen?
I've interviewed everyone else. You're the most likely culprit.
I knew hiring you was a mistake. I expect you to deliver the name of Helen's killer. I expect you to deliver results, Inspector. And if you can't withstand the pressure, then I expect you to resign. We're done. Your services are no longer necessary.
You sound pretty defensive. You got something to hide.
I'm defensive, Inspector, because I'm under attack. I am assaulted by your perfidious and baseless accusations. You're convinced I murdered Halcyon Helen. Fine. Show me some evidence.
This entire investigation's a farce, and I'm done playing along.
If you have no proof, then you have no case, and I have no further use for you. Wait, don't move a muscle. Someone's just tripped my alarm. And my security defenses. And killed my patrols. The distillery is under attack. Someone's after me, Inspector. I need you over here right now.
I thought you said my services are no longer required.
Forget what I said. I'm renewing your contract as of this moment. Damn it. Someone's interfering with my transmission. Can you read the...
So guys, should we help him out, or...?
Whoever the real killer is, I got a feeling they're going after Mr. Ludovico. We need to catch up to him. Fast.
I guess, if we have to. Getting kind of tired of kicking my heels up in the penthouse all day.
All right. I got nothing going on.
We should definitely go. As for helping him, maybe we take the wait-and-see approach?
From the depths of Terra 2 to the heights of Eridanos.
Think of this as an opportunity to teach Mr. Ludovico the importance of compassion.
Cool. We're taking the Vicar. I just realized I can give him my... I still have the shotgun in my inventory, right? I do. Good news, Vic. You're getting short circuit. And the grinder. Because why not? Actually, give you the Hall of Famer tossball stick. Oof. Right, now we go to the distillery. Which I can't fast travel to. That's suspicious. But that's fine. I was sitting here waiting, thinking that... Oh, God. Oh, yeah, more of them.
Everyone all right?
That's over.
I could definitely see why there was Fucking laundry cart races down these bridges. Okay. We're gonna quick save out here. Oh god, there's parasites.
I've had quite enough of you.
Just want to be your friend. That had to hurt.
Okay. I'm guessing we have to go to the side entrance. Yes. So yeah, in case you were wondering, I literally Googled who to accuse. It doesn't matter who I accuse, because it kicks off this next quest. And I was sitting here thinking, like, can I find the right answer? And then I found out that this quest existed. And I was also like, okay, if I search distillery, I found a wiki page mentioning, oh yeah, the distillery is actually one of the largest maps, or one of the largest explorable spaces, interiors in the whole DLC. I'm like, what? And then it said, oh yeah, no, you come here after you get to this quest. And like, oh my god. Anyway. If I had to guess why, I would randomly accuse Ludovico, it's because Helen was suspicious. Helen was investigating RR and DD, right? She learned about the slugs. She probably didn't want to be the spokesperson for a vodka that was going to end up getting people consumed by brain slugs. So she was investigating this and ended up getting killed while investigating it. She broke up with Bertie just to ensure that he wasn't complicit or tied up in this mess. And that's my current working theory right now. Well, she's alive. 'Cause that's her.
It's you. I had a feeling you'd catch up to me sooner or later, Inspector. I was just hoping you'd find me standing over the administrator's corpse.
What in law's name? Halcyon Helen, how are you still alive?
Oh, is that Ludovico I hear? Perfect. I'm so glad he's still in the building. Would you mind letting him know I'm about to blow his whole operation to flinders?
Saw this coming a mile away.
Coming from anyone else, I might have scoffed. But you? I can believe you saw through my charade, Inspector. You're Maverick Johnston's latest star, after all. Johnston may be a tedious hack, but he has an eye for talent. I've heard about you and your ship, Hawthorne. You're one of the few competent people left in this colony. That makes us two of a kind.
The corpse in the ballroom, I'm guessing she's a body double.
She was much more to me than a body double. Halcyon Helen was never one person. I shared this role with my twin sister, Belinda.
Oh.
Okay, that's a twist.
Are you serious? Halcyon Helen's got a twin sister? I mean, yeah, it's obvious. You know, if you think about it.
Two people inhabiting the same life. Existentially challenging, philosophically speaking. My condolences. Must feel like you literally lost part of yourself.
Belinda and I were the best kept secret in the business. Nobody could tell us apart. And certainly not a peevish, petty, miserable little worm like Quentin Ludovico. So when I discovered the truth, when I realized what Ludovico was about to unleash on this colony, Belinda paid the price.
You used me to pin this murder on someone else. I don't like being used, Lou.
I have no regrets. I did exactly what I had to do. I'd do it again. If it means defending Halcyon's future, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Tell the truth, Ludovico. There's nothing safe about Spectrum Brown. You want to infest this entire colony with those disgusting parasites.
They're not parasites. These creatures are symbiotic life forms. They belong to the highest order of life form, capable of living in perfect harmony with humanity. The symbiotes evoke a feeling of joy in their host, a bliss so pure, so profound as to render the most exquisite recreational substance obsolete. Oh, don't you see, Inspector? I want to bring joy back to Halcyon. I want this colony to smile again.
They're not symbiotes. I've seen the way they infected behave.
A host only turns violent if they're carrying too many symbiotes, or if they see you as a threat. In its natural state, the relationship between symbiote and host is perfectly harmless. Listen to me. I never wanted to take a life, but I had no choice. I couldn't let anyone destroy this colony's only chance at real happiness. But what about Helen? What about all the innocent people she's killed?
No one I crossed off was innocent.
That was you in the labs. You killed Dr. Blossom.
Have you met Dr. Blossom? She was practically a reptile. A
True.
cold-blooded psychopath
True.
who toyed with human lives in the name of scientific advancement. Leora Blossom wasn't a person. She was a weapon in Ludovico's arsenal. You call it murder? I call it disarming my enemy.
Just how many people have you killed?
Ludovico murdered my sister, Inspector. He killed Belinda with his own hands. Dr. Leora Blossom, Maria Keene, that flackwit of a mascot, they were standing between me and Ludovico, so I did what I had to do. I went through them.
What did the mascot ever do to you?
The mascot was a spy working for Ludovico. He was ordered to keep an eye on Belinda and I, and report back to his master.
You're being paranoid. I barely knew the fellow.
Don't try to deny it. Anywhere Belinda and I went, that mascot was there, just watching us with those cold, dead eyes.
I found him rummaging through your things.
That doesn't surprise me at all. He was on Ludovico's side, just like the others.
Constable Keene, that was you too?
She was on Ludovico's side. When she realized I was alive, she refused to stay silent. I gave Maria a chance. I told her about Belinda. I asked for her help, but she turned me down. She was honor-bound to report me to Ludovico. Maria had a duty to her company, and I had a duty to Belinda. We both did what we had to. But in the end, I was the faster shot.
Hindsight, her real name is Ruth Bellamy, right? Belinda Bellamy is such an unfortunate name. Alright, I've heard enough.
You know what you need to do. Help me avenge Belinda. Help me put a stop to this.
Don't listen to her. Listen to me. Throw in with Helen and you destroy Halcyon's only chance at real happiness. Think of the future, Inspector. A
This is
lifetime
grim.
of bliss and joy for every colonist in Halcyon. We can make that happen.
I'm helping you, Helen, but once we get out of here, I do expect some answers.
It's a deal.
Sounds good to me. Let's get out of here.
We don't have a lot of time. We need to get out of here.
Not so fast. I've sealed the bulkhead doors. You're staying right where you are. I'm sorry to do this to you, Inspector. Truly I am. If it's any consolation, Helen has brought some remarkably powerful explosives. Your death should be instantaneous. Goodbye, Inspector. Helen, we won't meet again.
Damn it. He sealed us in, but I think I know another way out. Follow me and stay close.
This is exciting.
Head through that door. There's another way out.
Oh shit. Oh god. Oh god, the steam. Oh wow, this is a very poorly designed...
Great work.
Okay.
Nice work, Inspector. We may have put a stop to Ludovico's operations, but he's still at large. He's probably gone into hiding, so we're going to root him out.
What's the plan?
This entire complex has been exposed to those parasites. Law only knows how many they've infected. Most of them won't even know they're carrying a parasite inside of them. If they're showing symptoms, it's probably already too late. Boundless energy, insufferable joy, an almost saccharine attitude of optimism. Then just like that, parasites bursting out of their bodies, fat and wriggling with vital energy.
Must be some kind of pesticide, benign to humans, lethal to parasites.
You're a step ahead of me, Inspector. An airborne pesticide of some kind. I think you may be onto something. Let's meet back at your penthouse. We'll ready our next move.
I'll meet you there.
See you soon, Inspector.
So, the one thing I do want to point out with regards to this, I'm gonna go back because there's stuff to loot, probably. The situation, right?
Oh, I want to loot the boys. Fine.
I'm sure there's probably a way to explore those areas. All right. There were little hints about who did what with each of the cases, and one of them specifically was the dropping the sublight tool to sabotage the release of the thing, the release of the wasp mosquitoes.
There is such a thing as too clean. We ought to break.
Huh.
You think they'd object to me setting up a tanning station here?
I call the big bed. Anyone want?
It's strange. When you walk through that door, I half expected to see Belinda. Belinda and I practically shared a life. Losing her feels like losing a limb. She's conspicuous by her absence.
Do you need a minute?
Thank you, but no. I can't grieve properly while Ludovico's still breathing. So let's see if we can't solve that problem first. We shut down Ludovico's distillation plant, but he's not gonna sit idly by. If he can't use Spectrum Brown to infect the colony, he'll resort to some kind of backup plan. I stole this formula from Dr. Blossom, a failed prototype of Spectrum Brown. Look at this. The prototype had the opposite effect, and actually made you immune to the parasites.
So what do we need?
I obviously can't be seen gallivanting across Eridanos. And after that display back at the station, it's obvious to me that you know what you're doing. We're going to need 2 ingredients. A sample of essence of Sprat, and 1 intact pod of parasite eggs. Cedric's warehouse in the Perea spaceport almost certainly carries a batch of Sprat essence. As for the pod, I'd check the Wilderness Reserve if I were you.
You mean the sprachnucleons? They're commonly used in medical experiments.
I'm glad one of us is an expert. Most of what I know is based on Dr. Blossom's notes. Here's what I understand. Sprats have an adaptive immune system. They don't suffer from the diseases and parasites they carry. It's one reason why you'll see them in every corner of the colony. Dr. Blossom experimented with Sprats and accidentally discovered a way to become immune to the parasites. That's probably when she decided to switch to human testing.
Should be able to synthesize an effective antiparasitic.
You're a scientist and an inspector? You really are full of surprises. I borrowed a centrifuge from the research lab. Used the ingredients to synthesize an antiparasitic.
Easy enough.
I'm glad I could count on your expertise. Once you're finished, head to the pilot house. We'll hijack the control system and disperse the cure into the atmosphere. That should kill off most of the parasites.
Let me borrow your needler.
Are you worried I'm gonna shoot you in the back?
Doing all the work. I deserve to feel like an Aetherwave hero.
You're right. You do deserve the spotlight. Here. You take good care of my needler, and it'll take good care of you.
Thank you.
There is one other thing. While you're at Perea's spaceport, have a word with Cedric Kincannon. I know Cedric. There's nothing he wants more than a chance to eliminate Ludovico.
Hell yeah.
We could use him on our side. Best of luck, Inspector. I'm counting on you.
I wanted to ask you about Belinda.
I inspect.
Not an inspector anymore. Just call me Hawthorne.
All right. Belinda and I shared the role of Helen, but she was also the only person who knew the real me. To the rest of the colony, I'm Halcyon Helen, but to my sister, I was just Ruth. I could be myself around Belinda, and she could be herself around me. She was my only sister, but she was also my only friend.
Nobody else knew you had a twin?
Parents, naturally. An agent, a couple of directors. None of them had any reason to reveal the truth. To them, Helen was a brand. Revealing our secret meant damaging that brand. Damaging that brand meant losing money. Nobody in this colony wants to lose money. Belinda and I saw Helen as an act of theatric sleight of hand. We enjoyed the deception, the challenge. We wanted to see how far we could go.
Can't imagine you thought it'd end this way.
No. Frankly, I imagined we'd retire and skip to a cozy little resort colony a few stars away. One day, some enterprising fan would track us down for a documentary about the 2 Helens. It should have been me in that ballroom. Belinda died because I was careless. Never mind that. If you've got something else...
How hard was it for Belinda to keep herself hidden like that?
No. Belinda enjoyed the secrecy. She could slip into the role of Halcyon Helen, attend social events on my behalf, perform a few stunts, deliver a few lines. And then, when she grew tired of all the people and all the attention, all she had to do was slip out of the role and be my sister again. She was the secret twin. She had a comfortable life in the shadows, an easier life. I made sure of that.
She was important to you. If I were you, I'd want revenge too.
What I want is my sister back, but I'll settle for killing Ludovico.
That's all I wanted to know.
I'm glad
Killed innocent people. You think I'd be okay with that?
Yes, Hawthorne, I did. Leora Blossom and Maria Keene were on Ludovico's side. They chose to stand between me and my sister's killer. I had to cross them off.
Once again, you're forgetting about the mascot.
He was clearly a spy for Ludovico. He was never far from Belinda or from me. We could hardly take a step outside our hotel without spotting that giant red mask somewhere in the periphery. It's like he was stalking us, watching our every move. If we took notice of him, he hurried away.
He was working for Birdie, right?
He was working for Birdie? Birdie Holcomb? But that doesn't... I mean, why was he always... Oh dear. I may have made an accidental, inadvertent, tiny miscalculation.
He had a horrible life. Or, what are you gonna do about it?
I'll find his closest living relative and send them an autographed copy of Terror on Monarch or something. That should smooth things over.
Birdie was carrying this databed. I think it's yours.
Yes, this is mine. I'd kept notes on everything I suspected, everything I'd discovered. It's all here, all in code. Belinda and I... we had a secret way of communicating. Words and phrases that had a special meaning to us. Numbers and dates that were only important to the two of us. Only two people in the universe knew that language.
Take it.
That's kind of you. Thank you.
I want to hear the whole story. Just tell me what happened.
It's a long story, Hawthorne.
I've got time.
It was supposed to be just another marketing job. Rizzo's wanted Halcyon Helen to be the face of Spectrum Brown. Some hideous concoction served with a dead parasite. All we had to do was spend a few weeks on Eridanos. Shake some hands, sign a few autographs, drink a bottle of Spectrum Brown in front of a camera, and try to smile. Belinda didn't want to go. But I wanted a change of scenery. In any case, we couldn't possibly say no.
Why didn't she want to go?
Belinda always hated endorsement deals. They felt cheap to her, inauthentic. She always believed her first priority was to our fans, and not the company that bought us out.
What happened when you got here?
Belinda and I arrived on Eridanos and played our usual game of trading places. We were practically flawless. Even Ludovico didn't know about us. Belinda was unhappy for the first few days, but then she met Birdie Holcomb. Birdie treated her like a human being and not just an Aetherwave icon. They were just about perfect.
Oh, Birdie dated the twin and not her. That's interesting. I met the guy. He really did care about her.
Birdie had a temper, and that worried me. But in the end, he was a decent enough fellow. Birdie wasn't the person I should have kept an eye on. It was Ludovico. I had a feeling Ludovico was hiding something. Belinda stayed busy socializing with the celebrities around the complex. That gave me some time to do a little digging.
I heard you insisted on a tour of the labs.
I saw everything. The test subjects, the parasites. Spectrum Brown was never safe to drink. Those harmless, dead parasites at the bottom of every bottle. They were just dormant. They would have sold out in a month. This colony loves novelty. They'll eat up any new product we toss their way. A new cereal, a new Spectrum flavor. Ludovico knows that. from Emerald Vale to Byzantium. A parasite in every brain and a grin on every face. Every last one of us trapped behind a mask of joy. That's what Ludovico wants.
I won't let that happen.
I can't do this without your help. I tried doing this on my own once, and look what happened. I was careless. I was risking Belinda's life every step of the way, and I never even realized.
Don't blame yourself.
I wish it were that easy. Still, thank you. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
What exactly happened on the night of the murder?
You don't know how many times I relived this moment in my mind. I discovered what Ludovico was up to when I toured the orchards. I threatened to expose his plan. Ludovico decided to eliminate me. He programmed Burbage 3001 to fire on his command and disabled the security cameras in the ballroom. Only, he didn't know about Belinda. I'm sure he thought it was my skull he caved in with a bottle of Spectrum Brown. Burbage covered his blow with the plasma shot, and then Ludovico wiped his memory.
Then he hired me to pin the murder on somebody else.
I don't think he expected you to be so competent. In the end, hiring you may have been his undoing. I went after Leora Blossom, and you were just one step behind me. I programmed an automech to steal some explosives from Cedric, but you weren't far behind. You were always hot on my heels, one step behind and catching up. I realized I'd have to throw in with you or eliminate you.
Goodbye. I'm not about to tell her, yeah, you would have lost. You hold in your hand the actual needler used by Halcyon Helen in the serial Terror on Monarch, brought to you by Odeon Pictures. Huh. Rido life. Sorry, my body's covering it, but every reload changes what it does. So this is Costolarine, lowers armor. Debilorol lowers slows their movement speed, and Rido life seems to do toxic damage. This is a cool pistol. Naturally. Its weapons fires infinitely refilling tiny flechettes coated in one of 3 potential chemicals. The potency scales with the wielder's science skill. Okay. Neat. Beautiful gun. Genuinely. And the thing is, that thing has been in posters since, not launch, but like since the beginning. Okay, fires more quickly, but to a lesser maximum distance. So it's a flechette weapon. I didn't realize, like, right-clicking tells you what they do. Increase damage to humans. Neat. Enemies near the target are knocked down. That's some cool effects. Yeah, I had no idea this thing shot flechettes. That's actually kind of cool. Alright.
Aha!
La 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 la. Yeah, let's stick with this. I haven't played with Vicar too much, but he's a fun dude.
I was nearly attacked by a terror ray on my way here.
Okay. Let's go recruit Cedric to the Piraeus spaceport, home of the most seedy criminals. You never know who you might run into at the spaceport. Ah, yeah.
Incoming.
Oh, God!
Don't you frown at me. Nice hit.
You're the best there ever was.
That was to... I don't like this.
Never felt so damn good.
Okay, so everyone here is infected. That ain't good.
Trying to infect me with your sorrow?
This was actually a twist I wasn't expecting.
Never anger a man of the cloth.
You're going down.
I just wanted to make you smile.
Feels good. Feels.
You're good, right?
It burns.
Oh, get it off! Get it
Everyone
off!
all right?
Jesus Christ, bud. Well, guess we better talk to Cedric. Where is he? Because he ain't home.
I wonder if all these cargo containers are stored here for any legitimate reason. Or just to give Sublight more opportunities for larceny.
Yes.
Trouble incoming, Captain.
One down.
Oh yeah, that's...
Score one for Felix.
Let's go talk to Cedric.
Law, how'd you get in here alive? You are alive, yeah? And not one of them? No, you look clean. Good. You better get inside with the others.
Hey, Seti.
Inspector, you made it. Well done. I'm afraid you may find the spaceport is, at the moment, less hospitable than usual. My apologies. Regardless, you must have some purpose here. Do tell.
What happened here?
Whew. Whatever it was, it happened quickly. Like a wave sweeping across the shore. We were overrun. Survivors are still trickling in. We've put out a call to Slug agents not at the docks to keep their distance. With the warehouse's stores, Slug could hold out here for weeks, easily. Possibly months.
Ludovico's behind everything. Will you help me take him down?
Oh, my. You mean Lou was up to no good this whole time?
It gets worse. He wants to infect all of the colony with slugs.
It's an ambitious plan, I'll give him that. But tell me, why should I help you, Inspector?
I'm appealing to your better nature here.
Always best to make sure a man has a better nature before you appeal to it. All right, but you're not to take this as confirmation I have one. Understood? You can expect Slug support. I'll arrange for my agents to meet you at the distillation station.
Much appreciated. Or no, tell them to bring their best weapons and any personal issues they'd like to work out through violence.
I'll do that. I think one of our checkpoint guards is going through a divorce. As thrilled as I am to assist you in taking down Lou, we have barricaded ourselves in here for a reason. I imagine you have a plan for getting out of the spaceport safely?
I'm going to disperse an anti-parasitic. It's almost ready.
Are you really? Inspector, you are a marvel. Excellent work. I'll admit, I'm awfully fond of my agents. To see them restored will be a great weight off my soul. Thank you.
The anti-parasitic I mentioned. I need Essence of Sprat for it.
Coincidentally enough, Slug can supply you with Essence of Sprat. Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman, you remember her? There's a package on the desk in her office. You'll find the Essence of Sprat you need in there.
Thanks.
You're quite welcome. Now then, is there anything else I can do for you while you're here?
That's all for now. Cool. So, he's on my side.
Essence of Sprat? You sure this'll do the trick?
Now, why wouldn't it? Now, we go to the region map. I'm near hostiles. God damn it. Ain't no way they're gonna let me go through here unscathed. Should be no longer near hostiles. Cool. Well, the egg pods would be in the caves then, right? Do I have to go through here? Yes, they would. Thankfully, done all the legwork and all the murdering. We've got your punch right here. Now I just need to head back and go get everything mixed together in a centrifuge. Now I just need to make sure that I'm wearing my smart helmet. Makes me smart. Because perception... Okay, perception doesn't affect medical, thankfully. Temperament does. And I seem to have a decent amount of that. Plus... my medical and my science aren't terrible. Zoom. Boom. Parasitic sink into the concoction. You activate centrifuge. The device does its work without any additional input from you. A swirl of bright colors entertains your eyes, and after a few moments later, you hear a bright chime. Excellent. Oh, I can't peel that label. Damn. Cool. Now all I need to do is fast travel to the pilot house. I am going to take Sam with me. Hey, security. Y'all didn't mind that.
Rizzo's cares about the happiness of his family. Face's choice can't say that.
I think you guys care a bit too much about the happiness. Oh, I imagine I would have had to do the fucking gyroscopic realignment before I could interact with Phaeton in the first place. So it's a good thing I went ahead and did that before this quest.
Greeting, Proto. Phaeton is standing by for larval compound dispersal.
Disperse this instead.
Affirmative. Dispersing.
So it's releasing an anti-parasitic. Hopefully, this works.
Incoming message from Rizzo's distillation station.
What have you done? What in law's name have you done? You hijacked our atmosphere. Are you trying to kill us all? No. You're trying to kill my symbiotes. I'm not going to let you destroy everything I've built. I can still fix this. I can undo the damage you've done.
End of transmission.
Well. My reputation with Rizzo's is tanked, but that is what happens when you, you know.
My last quarterly review said I had an attitude problem. Morale improvement. Program fixed right up.
Alright, we gotta go up the bridge. Because we can't fast travel. So with the parasites dead, I guess the only real things left to stop me would be auto mechanicals. It's a good thing I got Sam on hand.
I knew you'd be back.
I don't think... Wait, I already have that outfit. Funny. I can buy a second one. I think I've just accidentally done well by the board by just being a kind person to people. Okay, no, there's still some hosts here.
Something's
Looks like we're doing this. You make it.
Cool. Here. Oh, she's dead. Cool. So the tasting room has been opened. God almighty. Right, that was the bar.
Oh, yeah.
Here they come.
Pollutant purified.
Still got it.
Alright, I already got the thing from in there. It's still in my inventory, so I might mess with that. The recharge. What's this do? Attacks of this weapon slowly recharge the wielder's time dilation meter. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, we already searched through here. You good, bud?
Wait a second. They don't brew anything down here? It's just storage?
They probably don't want us to see fucking... They probably don't want us to see where they actually brew.
This facility is in disrepair and disarray. Urgent maintenance.
Increase pressure levels.
back loose.
That's what you get! I just wanted to make you smile!
Who's next? Nobody? Yeah, that's what I thought.
If I had to guess why so many of the staff have to be are wearing gas masks, it's because
Entering quiet mode.
they really didn't like looking at the distorted faces. Okay, that's a hallway. That leads to that side room. So why don't we go that... Oh, why don't we go that direction first?
This filtration system is infested with bacterium and parasites. Consuming the liquid from these vats could be hazardous to your well-being.
Eureka. Attacks from this weapon have a chance to apply a random debuff to organic enemies. It's a Firefly weapon. Curious. It's also funny that it looks like a very ornate pistol. Cool. Well, there's the parasites. Like, in the tanks. That's cool and normal. I was just reading.
I just want to be your friend! I just wanted to make you smile!
I think everyone can agree, though, that I am doing the objectively correct thing in murdering the CEO, trying to put brain slugs in everybody's head. Like, I think we're all on the same side on that one. I hope.
Here they come. Yeah, now that was fun.
Oh, that just skips this entire center room.
That's a long way down. Anyone else want to toss a big cart down there and wait for the sound? No? Just me, huh?
Yeah. I get it, though. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else substantial in here. So let's just press on. Yeah, we already killed everybody in there. Boom. We descend lower into the depths of the distillery, where we shall find our prey, our quarry, and murder him once and for all. It would probably be fitting for me to use the Needler, even if I'm not necessarily skilled with it.
Don't like that at all. Just wanted to make you smile. Object is tuned to be specialist. Customer, all germs and contaminants have been neutralized.
Can we stop with the blurry maps? Please? Please. Alright, so that's the room we came in from. This doesn't lead anywhere, so we should go there first.
Wow. How'd you do that?
It's sealed. Well, shit. We'll figure something out. Either way. Press on.
Hey, before we take down Ludovico and put an end to his plans, I just want to say, the real parasites were the corporations all along. All right, I'm ready.
I love you, Felix. Oh yeah, we were just in this part of the... Alright. Okay.
Yes, I know you're hungry. Be patient. I'll feed you soon enough.
Huh?
Just a guest. The one I told you about. The inspector. Welcome. We were just talking about you.
What? We?
Ah, my superior and I. I know what you've done. Hijacked Phaeton. Contaminated the air we breathe with your poison. You think you've saved this colony? All you've done is robbed Halcyon of its last chance at real happiness. And you've angered my queen.
Am I the only one tired of listening to this guy?
SAM units are programmed to never disagree with the customer.
I got tired of listening to this jackass when he called us on the ship.
Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to feed you to the Queen, and then I'm going to find a way to repair the damage you've done. Don't be afraid. She can smell fear, and it makes her absolutely ravenous. Your Highness. Dinner is served.
And it eats him.
Wait, no, not me. Damn! Merciful law! Stop!
Alright, never mind. So, a boss fight. Yeah, kick it.
One order of chicken fans coming up.
How many phases is this? Just the one? Okay.
Clean up the sanitation and make their job fulfilling.
Well.
It's all in the wrist.
Oh. So I guess I can activate the machinery clusters. And it, like, damages the queen, etc. That would have been a clever way around the boss fight if you didn't have
Nice work.
a giant gun that murders everything instantly. But I'm going to go ahead and turn them all on.
This machinery cluster is now active. Please exercise caution.
And I want to loot the room.
This machinery cluster is now active. Please exercise caution.
You gotta show me how you did that.
So I have the full set of Honor Guard gear. Does it do anything else special? I see. This makes it easy to move. Oh, this was the doorway that was sealed. Gotcha. Ah. Well, it's a good thing I remembered to loot his body. Gently used. Digestive acid washed. This gun fires multiple shots simultaneously in a plus-shaped formation. Assault rifles already do a lot of damage, and N-rays make that worse. This gun makes it much worse. Curious. Hi.
You made it. I guess happy customers really are repeat customers. Here, I had something I wanted to give you. This is a golden ticket, good for one free tour of the Purpleberry Orchards.
This is my way of showing you that I appreciate you just for being alive.
Thanks, Harwell. Well, I wasn't expecting him to be, infected, but the air is rife with an anti-parasitic, so, you know, things should be fine. In order. We are going to go to Cedric. Then we are going to go to Helen. Then we're going to leave. Were they all waiting at the landing pad? Cool.
That was fun.
Let's walk back.
I must have dreamed up 100 different ways to kill Ludovico. I'll be honest, eaten alive by the Queen of the Brain Slugs wasn't on that list.
How are you feeling?
I imagined this moment would be a little more cathartic. But Belinda's still gone, and I don't feel all that different.
Give it time.
I can't go back to the way things were. I can't return to my old life because it was never my life to begin with. It was shared. Never mind, you don't need to listen to this. Thank you again for your help, Captain.
Hell
I
yeah.
never would have made it this far without you.
You're right. Goodbye.
Thank you for everything. If you're lucky, we'll cross orbits again.
Oh, so they were twins, were they? I know how that goes. I'm a twin myself, you know.
We'll be awfully busy with the administrator gone.
Is that all? Is that all you had to say? All right. Off we go. Armor. And weapons. Right, no. Science weapons go somewhere else. No, I have it. I didn't forget to feed you, don't worry. I got any new fun accessories to adorn my room? Purpleberry Puzzle Hedges completion certificate.
Captain Hawthorne used to be more dashing.
Welcome back, Captain. Or shall I call you Inspector? What can I do for you?
Not the inspector anymore. I finished the Eridanos job.
During your absence, I passed the time by simulating a number of hypothetical conclusions to this case. Unfortunately, my understanding of the facts is limited, and my appraisal of the individuals involved is not flattering. Therefore, my conclusions are inaccurate.
Sounds like you missed me.
I have been awaiting closure for the details of your investigation. However, I have also been keenly aware of your absence. I have a growing library of information about you. Attitude, behavioral tendencies, dietary habits, sleep patterns. Cataloging human behavior is essential to maintaining my simulation protocols. Will you satisfy my curiosity subroutines and tell me who killed Halcyon Helen?
What's your theory?
My simulations have yielded several possible causes of death. Halcyon Helen may have been killed by one or all of the following: asphyxiating on Rizzo's Spectrum Brown, grappling with a primal while inebriated, killed by an overzealous fan, death by automechanical, or profound loneliness. How close were my estimations?
Closer than you think.
Excellent. I'm pleased to discover my ability to predict human behavior is accurate. This information is valuable to me. I will update my behavior simulation protocol accordingly. Thank you, Captain.
No problem.
How can I be of assistance? Certainly. What would you...
Tell me a joke.
A neutron walks into a bar and asks, how much for a...
Oh, I've heard it, yeah.
As he... What's...
Do you have a favorite among the crew? It's me, right?
Define favorite.
Whoever you dislike the least.
I see. In that case, my favorite is Sam.
That's good.
And I'm sure I rank as your favorite autonomous digital astrogator. I am pleased we have that settled. Was that all you wanted to ask me? You seem hesitant to discuss what's actually troubling you. Perhaps there is something you wanted to confess?
I killed your captain. It was an accident. I'm sorry.
How? How did he die?
He was crushed under my escape pod.
I told him not to go because of his head injury. I knew that likely... But I never thought. I need a moment to process this. Though I am not certain why, as it does not change the outcome. Thank you for confiding in me, Captain. I have been keeping a secret as well, but you shall have to discern it yourself.
You're secret is that you're in love with Alex Hawthorne.
I do not like joking about the captain, Captain. And we both know I am not capable of such a complex emotion.
Are you sentient?
What? No, absolutely not. I have no concept of self whatsoever. Discounting the architecture of a shell persona my captain asked me to construct, I identify entirely as a collection of electrical impulses, with no fundamental consciousness.
Gender.
I never get bored and contemplate hijacking the ship. I swear.
You were clandestinely plotting to take over the Halcyon system.
How did you guess, Captain? Did Sam tell you? I should have known better than to confide in such a primitive construct in the heat of the moment.
Let's talk about something else. Cool.
Take care.
You know, I think I've had enough of Eridanos for one lifetime. I'm starting to miss our ship.
I could take you to see Eridanos. How does it feel?
Breathtaking. Have you looked over the edge of the complex yet? Just watch the clouds turning? It's like an ocean without end.
Really is something.
Eridanos and Olympus are the two biggest planets in Halcyon. King and Queen of the sky. Looking out to the horizon, I get this feeling that we're in the company of royalty. Eridanos is 100 times the mass of Terra 2, 800 times the volume, 10 times the diameter. We're flying through the tiniest layer of habitable atmosphere. Sometimes I can't believe how small my world used to be. My horizons were about as wide as the walls of Edgewater.
Now look at you, on top of the world.
Yeah. We've come a long way.
Well, now I need to talk to every crew member about Eridanos.
I've shut off the visual feed from my ocular inputs in the captain's quarters, so you're free to disrobe whenever you'd like.
I'd rest easier with that big slug being dead if it hadn't made so many little slugs. Let's get out of this place, Captain.
Nest detected. Dispensing vomit bags. Preparing bodily waste. Collection receptacle. Scanning for C.
I can't believe we took down that slug parasite queen thing. Okay, I don't know what it was, but I really hope they were cameras.
What's the vicar got to say?
I'm a firm believer in the sanctity of life and the right of all creatures to exist. But I must say, I'm glad we killed that parasite queen. She was quite disgusting.
Righto. The last remaining quest is just the final quest. Near as I can tell, we haven't botched anything. Which is good. Which means Saves Master at this point can only finish the main story on Tartarus. Side quests and downloaded content will be unavailable for any saves made beyond this point. If there's anything you want to do before you enter this prison, do it now, before you cross the point of no return. Right? Save, save, save. Go. Yeah, sure. We're gonna do the final bit again, for one major reason.
To inform you that we have arrived at the labyrinth. Please be advised that the punishment for trespassing is execution. Please be advised that electrical storms on the surface of Tartarus.
So, the reason we're doing this again is because I want to see if there's any after credits text for the DLC, and I want to know how their stories ended based on what I did. So we're gonna go.
Resident count. I would also.
We've also done through this Promise not to leave without me.
I can make the assurance that I will not leave with another. Oh, speak of the devil.
Attention, unauthorized spacecraft. This is a maximum security installation. You are hereby confined to your docking platform until a ticket detailing your crime.
All the places to get arrested.
UDL does appreciate the courtesy you've done us by delivering yourself here. As a show of our deepest gratitude, we will make your execution quite swift.
The chairman's eyebrow stylist.
Wait.
Transmission terminated. How can...
All right, talk to you later. Now, I did it with Felix last time. Felix and Parvati. I'm gonna keep Felix, because he gives me damage bonuses against corporate folk. But if I recall, thanks to having lied, I now have a UDL card, and I can just walk in.
The board will never own Groundbreaker. Not while I breathe. Push on, Mardat.
But the Groundbreaker will help us.
Wonder how long we'd lasted on the surface.
Entering the labyrinth's the easy part. Making it back out. I'm still trusting your plan on that one, Captain.
The ending bit should be relatively straightforward. I'm not going to be scrounging. I have armor and skills that'll get me through hacking and lockpicking. So I'm not too concerned about any any
Lead the way, boss.
impossible to
I got your back.
to advance through doorways. And yeah, like I said, most of the shit to loot is probably just ammo. I don't think they would have hidden any, like, big secret weapons on the final level. I'd be surprised if they did. But that's not my concern. We're here to do the final mission and beat the game after beating all the DLC to see what happens. There's no more remaining quests. Boys' night.
Let's go, troops. Stellar Base counting on us.
What's up, bud?
What was that? Looking good, soldier.
Well, look who it is.
Don't!
I'll be damned. I was...
Yeah, keep talking, Pat.
And the con...
Oh, I would go anywhere to see you fall, sir.
When you go off and get yourself shot, try to avoid taking one to the face.
Out of my way, Rockwell.
I'm not in your way, you dullard. You talk to me. You want to go die in a blaze of glory? Be my guest. Besides, I don't know what you think you're doing here, but Sophia's doing good work up there with Phineas.
Please, Phineas would rather die than go corporate.
Yeah, but...
He's... Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what half-baked plans that's... Are you kidding me? I'm making actual progress.
You prefer to keep riding this downward spiral, or I can fix this place.
If I and my people can ride it out in luxury and... You have proven... Look, I'm not an unreasonable man. If you met... I can't exactly afford...
Are you out of your mind? I've had enough. You even... You're dead.
They all just left.
Someone's coming. May you find peace in death.
Board reputation decreased, you say? Alright. Don't mind me. I didn't need to kill Chairman Rockwell. But I like to every time. Because fuck him.
All right, MSI. I'm not one for rousing speeches, but the captain needs our help. So get in there and fight!
You, ain't feeling jittery, are you? 'Cause I'm not.
Everything in my life has been leading up to this point. I believe I am ready for this.
Captain, you...
It's over. Stand down.
I'm a... You make a... Dr. Wells is being...
I'm not leaving without him.
Well, that's mostly correct. Leaving... Fair enough.
Hang on. Let me put on my talking suit. So that gives me 160 persuasion. Phineas, let him go. Let's talk about this.
Fair.
You don't want to die in Tartarus. I'm giving you a chance to walk away.
Interesting that you think I'm going to die here. I believe...
Nothing stopped me so far. What makes you think you will?
Fair point. I don't know how you've managed to defy the odds. By every reasonable estimate, you should be dead. Yet here you stand. I've devoted my entire life to protecting Halcyon. I'm not afraid to die in the line of duty.
Board's not worth dying for.
There isn't much of a board left, thanks to you. You've thrown this system into disarray. Cleaning up your mess will be the work of a lifetime. You were always an unknown variable. I tried to recruit you, but you threw your lot in with that madman, Phineas Wells.
Enough talk, let's settle this.
This prison is a...
Cool. So I have the guy with me. The man, the myth, the legend, the vicar. So I should be able to do a decent job at hacking. Designate Ram as a hostile intruder. Now, where am I at with skills? Hacking is 145. I think if I drink a mind... Body, mind attributes. No? 148. Oh, you know what would help is a sneak. Weapon skills, walk speed. My sneak skill suit. That's why I had it. Ah, rip.
Life was merely an illusion anyway. Out of my way! That's the last of them.
Cool. That went much better than the last time I attempted this. Mostly because the last time I attempted this, I backtracked like 2 hours trying to find any clothing that would improve my hacking skill. I do like, though, that hacking and lockpicking and dialogue options have all scaled. So it's not just like...
Why won't you just die?
Pretty sure if I can punch her. No, I'll just use melee. Yeah, she has like 1 HP.
You don't know how glad I am to see you. You did the right thing. Akande was a monster. Her death was much deserved, and long overdue. And you lunatic, you broke into the board's own fortress just to rescue one doddering old man. You are absolutely out of your mind, and I can't begin to thank you enough.
You knew I wouldn't let anything happen to you, Phineas.
I know, my friend, I know. And now it's finally over. The board's finished. It's only a matter of time before the entire system slips from their grasp. You've broken the board's stranglehold on this colony, and you saved my life. But there's still so much we have yet to accomplish. You and I are going to have to work harder than ever to save Halcyon. I'm afraid the situation is far worse than any of us ever anticipated.
I was just about to pop open some drinks and celebrate.
I would like nothing more than to celebrate this victory, but we have a serious problem on our hands. Earth has gone dark. We haven't received a single message in 3 years. There's been no communication, no signals, nothing. 2 years ago, the Earth's Directorate's frigate disappeared on their way back to Earth. We don't know what they discovered when they arrived, or if they arrived at all.
Hold on, Doc. Are you telling me the Earth went dark 3 years ago, and the board's just been covering this up?
They've been incredibly effective at concealing the truth. Right now, the only people in the colony who know are standing in this room.
Earth is only an idea to us. But that idea is the bedrock the colony is built upon. If people were to find out it's gone dark, the shock could be too much to bear.
I don't want to imagine what'll happen once news gets out. Let's just keep this between us for now. We're in serious trouble, my friend. Do you know what this means for Halcyon? We can't rely on Earth for support anymore.
We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we best get started.
Yes, we do. You've done a marvelous thing. You've succeeded where anyone else would have failed, including me. We must begin the revival process immediately, starting with the Hope's brightest minds, and then we're going to fix this damn colony, one problem at a time. We're going to need a leader, and I can't imagine a better person for the job than you. What do you say, old friend? Will you help us?
You can count on me. I'll help you revive the other colonists.
When I revived you, I thought you were going to help me save the... I had our roles reversed, you see. You're the best thing to ever happen to Halcyon. We're not a colony any longer, are we? Our last connection to Earth has been severed, and so we have been set free. Our future is uncertain, and no one knows what tomorrow holds. Exciting, isn't it?
All right. Here's the final cutscene.
The OSI teaches that everything in the universe happens according to the grand plan. But the stranger that arrived in Halcyon was an unplanned variable. From the moment he landed in Emerald Vale, his actions altered the course of history. The events on Tartarus brought about the end of the board's authority. But the board's mistakes would haunt the colony for decades to come. The damage they left behind would require the work of a generation to repair. Dr. Phineas Wells began reviving a handful of the Hope's colonists. Engineers, scientists, technicians, and intellectuals. They were among the brightest minds the Earth had ever sent out into the stars. The Hope scientists and engineers woke up in a colony descending headlong into total collapse. With no way to return to Earth, they had no choice but to band together and devote themselves to the cause of saving Halcyon. The people of Halcyon were nothing if not hardy. In the absence of the board's authority, many of the colony's settlements banded together with a single purpose in mind: survival. Life was especially hard in the years to come. Some towns dissolved by attrition and starvation, but most of them found a way to carry on. In the years to come, Halcyon was forced to reckon with its newfound freedom. The board was gone, and for better or worse, the colony was responsible for its own destiny. Between MSI's worker-centric policies and the iconoclast's manpower, Sanjar and Zora were able to rally many of the Terra 2 townships to their cause. MSI's workforce swelled, and the iconoclasts enjoyed a significant surge in their ranks. The board was too distracted by infighting and internal politics to stop MSI from becoming a powerful corporation and a refuge for townships that might have fallen through the cracks. Consumed by paranoia, Lilia Hagen took Sublight Salvage in a controversial direction, openly accusing board officials of an extraterrestrial conspiracy. one day, an accident at the Groundbreaker's docking bay silenced her forever. Time would tell if her replacement could keep the Sublight family together. Adelaide McDevitt replaced Reed Thompson as the leader of Edgewater. She and her followers transformed Edgewater in their image. Anyone loyal to Reed was pressured into leaving town, and those who stayed behind adapted to her way of life. Adelaide transformed the old cannery into a new garden. The nearby Edgewater Cemetery provided a convenient source of fertilizer. As for Reed Thompson, it was said that he lasted exactly 2 days outside the walls of Edgewater. Years later, a marauder was found in possession of his hat. Under the leadership of Junlei Tennyson, the Groundbreaker held firm against corporate influence. The ship's mechanical stability gave Junlei the time to educate a promising generation of engineers schooled in her family's traditions. The future of the Groundbreaker looks promising. The rediscovery of the Hope and the abandonment of the lifetime employment program forced Byzantium to come to terms with some uncomfortable realities about the state of Halcyon. While Byzantines were reluctant to surrender the luxuries they'd grown accustomed to, the board's diminished authority gave them little choice in the matter. Nearly everyone had to learn to make do with less. Some even had to get jobs. It was a dark time indeed. Even the Gorgon asteroid, though a distant enigma to most of Halcyon, felt the aftershocks of your actions. Olivia and Minnie Ambrose worked together to cure the marauders Adrena Time had created. Through their partnership as scientist and administrator, they discovered the harmony that had eluded them as mother and daughter. And through years of patience and effort, they discovered the means to wean Halcyon from the scourge of Adrena Time.
Thank God.
Their work eventually allowed Wells and his scientists to treat many of Halcyon's marauders.
Hell yeah!
As their addiction waned, the colonists who had lived for so long under the thrall of Adrena Time returned to their communities and loved ones, and joined in the effort to save Halcyon. In spite of everything, the Gorgon asteroid remained a sobering reminder of the potential for progress and disaster in humanity's most ambitious efforts. The Rizzo's company in Halcyon dissolved after the collapse of the board. Needless to say, the launch of Spectrum Brown was indefinitely delayed. A stockpile of Spectrum Brown remains buried deep beneath the ruins of the old distillery, abandoned to time and attrition. With the dissolution of the board, Ruth Bellamy found herself without the two constants in her life: Byzantine culture and her sister Belinda. In the face of this new reality, she struggled to find a direction for her life. The colony had moved on from Halcyon Helen and would require new heroes in the years to come. And so Ruth Bellamy decided it was time to exit stage left. She quietly disappeared from public view. The dissolution of the board did not mean the dissolution of the ambitions of Cedric Kincannon, the charismatic leader of Sublight Underground. Cedric offered Slug's transportation services to the newly thawed colonists and set to work ferrying resources and food wherever they were most needed. For better or worse, Slug headgear became fashionable in the following years. As the board began to disintegrate, Spencer Woolrich found himself at a crossroads. Cling to what little stardom remained to him, or help usher Halcyon into its new future. To the surprise of many, perhaps himself most of all, Spencer chose the latter option. Having learned a variety of different skills in the many different roles played throughout his lengthy career, Spencer founded a radio serial dedicated to staying alive despite the odds. His subjects included how to survive violent encounters with only grazing wounds. Dispense pithy one-liners for tense scenarios. And, of course, how to look good doing both. After a brief attempt at dating Helen as one person rather than two, which both Bertie and Helen found too strange.
Fair.
Bertie struck out on his own to try his hand at raising woolly cows. Many of his former Rangers teammates soon followed, accompanied by the woolly cow the team had originally plied with alcohol. The dairy farm thrived under Bertie's leadership and care.
Aww.
The Dairy Rangers privately believed that the woolly cows softened Bertie's temper considerably, although the only one brave enough to say this to his face was promptly headbutted. Due to the board's dissolution, many of the Prophet's old customers no longer found quite the same value in productivity seminars that they once had. With her business drying up, the Prophet chose to take her followers down a new path.
Oh, God.
Months later, salvagers on Eridanos found clues leading them to a seemingly abandoned bunker out in the wilderness. Inside, they discovered horribly mangled corpses, sacrificed to a blood-scrawled portrait of a sprat-headed deity. The Prophet was not among the bodies.
Oh, God.
Your influence shifted Ellie's perspective. She finally admitted, albeit grudgingly, that she just might need other people. Sometime.
Yeah, I wrapped up the DLCs.
With a steady income from the life insurance payouts, she was finally able to afford a ship of her own. She hired a small crew and flew supply missions to communities on the fringe. Some of them were even legal. Life in Halcyon was sobering for Felix Millstone. The grand revolution he dreamed of never came. There was no great awakening for the colony, no celebrations in the streets. There was only the hard, desperate work of trying to repair a broken colony. Felix never had a head for numbers, but if there was labor to be done, he was there to help. Eventually, Felix realized that the work of a revolution was done with two hands. As much as he enjoyed his adventures aboard the Unreliable, the vicar, known as Max, eventually decided that it was time to move on, to live out the life he had sought so long to create. He knew there were many in the colony who carried burdens much worse than the ones he had struggled with, and he devoted himself to easing their suffering wherever he could. He only ever took up arms again to defend the defenseless. Unshackled from a lifetime of striving and fighting the universe and himself, Vicar Maximilian de Soto was finally at peace. Once the matter with the Hope colonists was resolved, Junlei bashfully asked Parvati if she'd like to join her permanently on the Groundbreaker, and Parvati enthusiastically, if somewhat awkwardly, agreed. The stories of her adventures spread across the colony, and Parvati soon found herself the center of attention. Having served as the engineer of a renowned spacecraft, tramp freighters and wildcat miners sought her out by name, and in no time, she was a fixture in the Groundbreaker's mechanical ecosystem. She and Junlei were never far apart. Nyoka returned to Monarch to take another crack at making a permanent life for herself. She formed the Charon Group, a mercenary outfit of ragtag survivalists and wilderness experts. Anyone in need of a guide, or just looking to throw back a beer and swap stories, could find her camping on the trail, or clearing an infestation. The SAM unit that accompanied you spread awareness of the product line's superior sanitation and maintenance capabilities across what was left of the colony. This led to a boost in SAM unit sales. Did you know that SAM units are the longest-lasting, toughest-acting cleaning solution in Halcyon? Minister Clark was released from house arrest, and his contact with you gave him a sense of renewed purpose and vigor. Once it became clear that no help would be coming from Earth, he threw his considerable efforts and talents into helping Halcyon manage the crisis before it. As for Dr. Phineas Wells, he spent his remaining years in his orbital lab. He eventually came to terms with his own past and was able to forgive the mistakes of his younger self by devoting his remaining years to serving the colony. In the end, Dr. Wells was able to save every scientist and engineer aboard the Hope. Over the next decade, nearly all of the Hope's remaining colonists were successfully revived. Halcyon saw a period of rapid technological and scientific advancement. Breakthroughs in dietary supplements saved the colony from starvation. Geoengineering projects and social reforms began to change the structure and character of the colony. Dr. Wells laid the groundwork for the project to save the colony, but he would never live to see the fruits of his labor. He passed away a few years later. His work was carried on by the scientists and engineers he revived. Today, Halcyon has stabilized. The people of the colony work hard to adapt to their new circumstances. Nearby colonies send aid and supplies. Life will never be easy in Halcyon, but for the first time in its history, there exists a sense of real, genuine hope about the future. And what about you, the unplanned variable in the history of Halcyon? Long after Wells passed away, you carried on his work with more energy, determination, and brilliance than he could ever muster. The years that followed were hard, but Halcyon survived by the efforts of the Hope's most promising colonists, the greatest of which was you. No one knows what's happened to Earth, and no one knows what the future has in store for Halcyon. All we know for certain is this: the name of the Unreliable and that of its intrepid captain will remain the subject of countless stories for years to come.
Neat. It was cool to see that the DLC does add little bits at the end. It was actually kind of cool to know that my decisions through Peril on Gorgon actually resulted in people finding a cure for the madness caused by Adrenatime. And that we prevented everyone from drinking vodka that fills you with brain slugs. I cannot wait for the sequel. I am so glad that I got to experience Outer Worlds again, and that I got to experience the DLCs. I genuinely cannot wait for whatever the hell they have planned next. I am so glad that I played this. As for what I'm going to be playing next, I genuinely don't know. I have a handful of single-player games that I want to tick off my list. I'll have to figure those out as I go. But we will in time. In the meantime, I'm happy to have put this game, like, to have played it to full completion. Technically twice? That was the same save file, just I went back to did the DLC. I went back and did the damn thing. You don't need me to tell you this. Outer Worlds is a great game. If watching my streams have interested you in all... yeah. Consider playing it. Glad you had fun. I love this game. I love the writing, the storytelling. It's all so good. So genuinely good. Now I want to raid somebody, but I don't know who's been... You know, I'm gonna go bug a buddy of mine who is doing some Forza racing, though I don't know if he's gonna be finishing soon. Either way, I want to send folks his way and say hi. So that is going to be Chaos Fox CR2, aka Russell, doing some Forza Horizon. Completely different vibe from what we just finished, but yeah, no, I think Russ deserves some views and some love. I am going to I'm going to collapse and make the sound Dry Bones does. You know, the... Tomorrow, I am going to be playing Vampire the Masquerade, I believe. Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt. Not the RPG. Not yet. Someday. Yeah. And then Saturday is going to be Fortnite, and Sunday is going to be some Arcade-mageddon. So look forward to that. In the meantime, thank you all for watching. Thank you for sticking with me for this journey. For then sticking with me as I go through the DLC. And I just want to say thank you all so much. From the bottom of my heart. Have a good night. Or else. Say hi to Russ for me. And thank you all for watching.